I am Chris from Airwindows, and we're going to do another live stream. And it's going to be a Godot live stream. And I have saved the launching of the new version of Godot for the stream. In fact, this is going to be the first I see of it. And so we're going to launch some various programs, update them, see whether they still work. And if they're completely broken, maybe fix them, maybe not. I don't know. I guess we'll find out. So over to my usual scenario for that. Also, I wonder if it would help if I updated Writer. Let's have Writer check for some updates. It's complaining about one of the things it has, and I do think I updated the plugins. Was not corresponding to. I guess we'll see what this. Basically, all of this stuff has been me watching the hallucinations. And usually, if it is attempting to do something, I want to do something else. And we're not going to engage auto update, because that's a good way to make your stuff bricked without knowing it. I'd rather. Oh, and looky there. We've got lots of other things going on. Wow. Check that out. That's busy. Let's try that again. Let's see if this thing which I paid for actually works, or whether it's completely failing. Hey, Chad. Yeah, I got a bunch of shuffling done. That should be good. And apparently this is still complaining, so that's weird. What are those problems? I don't think I'm using any of those things. Well, let's repetitively check for updates again and see if that helps. Oh, hi, it's updating again. Maybe that will get around the further problems. That appears to be the same issue as before. Cool, let's see if it's any happier. And I'm still not going to tell it to auto update. I want to see what this thing does. It's many other things. Lots of which I don't use. Why, yes, and do not... Oh, look, it's still upset. Yeah, do not auto-update the thing. Don't auto-update any of these things. Oh, I can't click on this because I haven't cleared all of these. We're going to keep relaunching this until it makes sense. Or if it doesn't make sense, we're just going to keep relaunching it for fun because it's like stream content. Oh, we're still having problems. Maybe I can tell it to not have announcements open. Oh, can you click on that once it's gone away? Apparently not. Alrighty. And it's still claiming to be 3.01, which is weird because it was talking about how it continued to want to update to 3.1. Let's find out if there's a reason that it's not able to do the thing. Okay, right on. Now, what do I need to do? Maybe I've failed to do something in here. They're doing another code completion thing. It's going to be interesting watching this and seeing to what extent it tells me to do stuff that's not what I want. In a way, I'm using that as a reference for whether I'm doing anything worth doing. And let's see, let us update that. And then maybe... Okay, so how about we just shut all this stuff off, maybe? We're not doing this, we're not doing this, we're not doing Docker, I don't even really know what that is. We're not doing that, that's another Docker thing. Technically, I could be using GitHub, but I'm doing that on the terminal. I'm not doing that from here. But I'm going to leave that just in case. Hey, 89 Carton. I'll tell you all about it. I'm going to be dealing with this for a moment. Let's see. Okay, so it's supposed to understand language. That'll be interesting to see whether it knows what that is. I will leave that on. And then we're not doing subversion, so I can ignore that. Alrighty, let's see if we can update it and if it's going to do any better. Because for the time being, we seem to be stuck in a loop of fail. Alrighty. Okay. It wants to update this time. Maybe it'll be able to do it the 5th time. So while I'm in the middle of doing this eating on carton, that is a very interesting question. So the thing that looks, it is updating something. Cool. Maybe it's actually going to get through. People were paid to do this. Bear this in mind. You're talking about being paid to do code. Well, people were paid to do what I've been trying to do for the last 5 rounds of updates. So it's a little bit like, it is a little bit like music in a way. Like, you are not paid for actually coding ever. Certainly not open source code. What you're paid for is being recognized as somebody who wants something. That certainly qualifies for me. I have had a bunch of years working towards stuff, and that is basically my advantage there. Okay, it's now 3.1. Let's see if it has updates. Let's see if there's anything in here. Okay. Hey. And is this gonna... Nope, that was just a notification. Cool. Okay, here's the next bit. Godot Mono. This might actually... Yes, I do want to open it. Match JetBrains Writer now. I think it kind of sort of does. The shades of gray are similar. One of the things that happened with Godot is that it's also got an update recently. And the update is for the purpose, there's a bunch of purposes. Yes, we are going to update that. I do have everything backed up on backup hard drive. Yeah, so part of the idea with this is that it was to have the interface around here not have a powerful blue tinge, so that you'd be able to work on, say, graphical things and not have your eye misled by the background of the windows and stuff. And we've got that open, so let's open it in Writer. I think I may need to shuffle the windows around a little bit. Yeah, see, there we go. Oh. Yeah, how about let's not have that be there? No, let's not have that be useful. I've not got these things turned on, so I should get to ignore all of this stuff, but I'm going to see what it throws at me in the process. And I should be able to close it by closing this tab. Good. Okay. So at this stage, also I'm curious whether it will... Okay, that now it thinks it's F5. I'm used to having Command B do it, but it still does not do that in this. But I get to run this and see whether it's going to actually work. Looks a little bit like it's actually working. So while I test run that, and that does appear to be doing its thing. So the thing about that, eating on carton, is barren open source programming is very strictly entrepreneurship. It's definitely not like corporate work or working for somebody as a job. It's very much entrepreneurship. That means that surviving at all, never mind making a living, surviving at all is going to be you figuring out what you can do that people will actually put money for. And like I tell my software friends. My software friends are a little bit on my mind today. Do you realize I have outlasted Native effing Instruments? Native Instruments has just declared bankruptcy, which is a drag because there's a bunch of synths and things that people really enjoy from them. But that's where things are. Like a bunch of my indie plugin programming friends are not necessarily blowing up and going out of business all the time, but like NAMM just happened. NAMM was like empty. A couple of people that I know were catching up with each other, trying to meet. Here, let's have a look at this, and then we're going to launch BB Edit so that I can see whether it printed its information. And it did. So Into the Matrix works fine even after having updated the JetBrains Writer and Godot. So that's cool. I don't know if it's necessarily running any faster, but it does at least work. There was something I wanted to have a look at in here. Actually, there's a couple of things, but I don't know if my head is clear enough to sort all of them out. But I did want to see whether my code is the same in each of these instances. When I've been running this, what I've been getting is like some prime numbers in my array matrices, and that might be arrived at. Oh, hell yeah, do that. Also, bear in mind I'm doing my wood stove. I held off on putting this latest log in here because it was doing just fine, but it is beginning to dwindle, so. Yeah, I've got a bunch of indie plugin programmer friends, I think none of which thought for a second that they were going to outlive Native frickin' Instruments. It's weird. But yeah, so the thing with making any money, like, let's talk making a living. So the important things about making a living from literally anything is, oh yeah, no, I do that on purpose, 89 Carton. I was not fooling when I told you, if you were getting paid money, it is for something other than the actual coding. Like, to do what I do, I have to have the coding, but it's not even really about having that. Like, anybody can put up a frickin' fireplace. There's a million YouTube channels that you could go to that would play like lo-fi hip-hop, probably generated by an AI, with a fireplace, probably also generated by an AI. Or you can write a program to generate a fireplace. I'm like fooling around in Godot. I could make a fireplace in Godot very easily. The thing is, what stuff like that does not have and will not have is anybody wanting anything other than, can I take your money? And that's a real distinguishing factor. It matters if there's something that you like or something that you want beyond, please, can you give me some money? Because everybody can say that. And I'm fortunate enough that for many years now, there's been a bunch of stuff that I wanted. It shows in the recent plugin videos that I do. And I also like doing, like, for instance, cameras and things. I like the production, just like being in a recording studio, which I never quite got to work in a recording studio, but I've been fascinated with them. It's why I do things like console versions. And I've always been I'm old enough to have been around when CDs came out, and I was not impressed. I did not like digital audio, still basically don't, but I work around it. And just became deeply offended at the noises that were coming out of the music industry and went, no, 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 I need to do this better. This has to be better than it is, because this is not adequate, and there's so many things that I appreciate greatly that are just being left behind and abandoned. So like from the word go, I have been an opinionated person with strong feelings about stuff, wanting things to go a certain way. And rather than really being in a position to make other people do what I wanted, I had to start doing it. And that's what made me be Chris from Airwindows. And then other parts of it were like a very long time ago, I had to give up like drinking and getting high and stuff. And only way I could do that was to be part of like a recovery community where you only really survived if you cared about other people. If you were completely self-obsessed, you just ended up going back and using. I didn't take that path, and it was very difficult for me. Like I have autism. I'm very good at being self-obsessed and only interested in my own stuff. And that's a bit of a blessing and a curse. Because I think if I was only interested in getting my way, first of all, I wouldn't still be clean. But then also, nobody would go along with me on the things that I'm trying to make happen. Because I'm capable of being interested in what other people do and what other people want. But it's within the context of like my vision of stuff. And hey, yeah, so Chad's working on a cool thing as well. But that's kind of my exact point, is I had to start with being interested in stuff and then be doing that publicly. I initially started with making commercial plugins. Like I was selling plugins for $60 a pop over a thing called Kagi, not the current Kagi, a previous Kagi digital downloads. And that made a system where people could pay money on a Kagi storefront and be presented with little download links that were individual downloads. They only worked like 3 times. And then download basically the same thing as my Retro Mac AUs. And that was all I had. I didn't have Windows. I didn't do VSTs, nothing. It was just only a audio unit. And it's exactly like my Retro Mac AUs. They were even built on the same computer I'm still using for them. And some months of doing that were substantially more profitable than what anything that Patreon gives me. But it wasn't consistent. It wasn't reliable. The thing with Patreon is that it is consistent, although it's not as much as you'd get if you were just duking it out in the commercial world. Because it's that subscription kind of thing. So if there are enough people who are aware of you and what you're doing and appreciate that, they can, I'm on a bunch of people's Patreons myself. I have to choose ones that have a $1 tier, because I'm trying to remember whether there's more than 10 of them. So if they were like $5 tiers, $10 tiers, I'd immediately not be able to do them. But I pick ones where they would let me do a $1 tier. I know that some of that money gets eaten up with processing fees and stuff. I don't care. And my point is just like, these are people that I appreciate enough that I'm just going to straight up stay with them. And people feel the same way about me. So that ended up scaling up over, it's been like 10 years or so more. That given that I live in Vermont and that I am very careful to watch my cash flow, like if I have money, and there have been times when I did, then I'll spend money on like a more efficient water heater so that my electric bill is less, stuff like that. And that's the entrepreneurial thing, because part of the, what can I do to make money in open source? You're probably hoping to be able to make a living, or at least to be living. And that is not simply a matter of calculating how much money you're earning. That is also a matter of how much are you spending. You have to know. You have to keep very close track of that. I even do a thing where, and I enjoy it quite a lot, nice, where like just about everything that I spend over the month goes on a credit card bill, and then I pay it off completely each month. And that bounces around to some extent, but one thing I'm doing is a simple IIR filter on my own credit card bill. So here's what I do, is I keep a running tally, and every time there's a new bill and what I pay for that month, I will take the running tally, multiply it by 0.9, and then add the current credit card bill moved over one decimal space. And that gives me a running sense of how much am I really spending and how that is comparing to what's coming in. And doing that is how I was able to take on a car payment that was desperately needed in order to be driving a safe vehicle rather than one that was going to kill me. And yeah, it's all about cash flow. It's all about the entrepreneurial basics of being able to run your thing and know what you're doing. And yeah, it's interesting. It's interesting and exciting. The Patreon side of it, you have to be pretty well known, or at least you have to be seen. Patreon will not help you be seen. Think of it as a cash register thing where it's your payment page basically, and if there aren't any people, Patreon will not bring you the people. It's possible that YouTube does reasonably well at gradually bringing the people. I know that my YouTube followership has gradually crept up sort of over the years. That's probably already taken too long for YouTube to get excited about me. They're not going to be like, wow, this guy's blowing up, because it's been creeping along for so many years. But it does. Back in the day, it was 6,000 people on the YouTube. Now it's closing in on 20,000. Maybe I should have a little party or celebrate. Ooh, I do not have a Substack, although I have been thinking about that simply because it started out as this Nazi bar. But then all kinds of people from all walks of life started flocking to it, including a bunch of people that I do like. And I'm given to understand that that is now comparable in size to Patreon, if not beyond. And I do have thoughts. If for hearing my thoughts, you basically jump on Blue Sky, and I'm constantly responding to stuff there. That's my only real social media thing. Now, I also want to have a look at this and see whether there's anything that I can do to answer my question of why maybe the search for is leaving too many of the here, let me show you. Yeah, and one of the things that I always do, and I mean it, which is probably why it works, is if people are looking to it's been so many years since I was doing the commercial plugins. When it was the commercial plugins, I would steer people towards the freebies that I also made. On the Patreon, what I've always done is if people cannot afford to do it because they do not have success, I earnestly tell them not to join my Patreon until they have actually got something happening. And it's my role to support them at that stage. And since I mean it, that seems to go over pretty well with people. But since I mean it, that also means that if stuff goes weird, I actively encourage people to cut loose, and that I will do my level best to take care of myself until such a time as that they are doing better again. And that's also why, here, let me stop this. So one of the things I'm observing with this program is that it takes to make these spaces between the clouds, right? You see these dots? If they were all evenly spaced, that would sound like a reverb, but they are being optimized in a certain way to try to make more incompressible reverb things. And the way the various purposes of the program, and I'll show you how this works in a moment, come together, it's trying to balance and optimize everything And in so doing, it is causing these very patchy results. Now, I could make a rule for this, saying if there are any patchy results in here, that counts as bad, and it would immediately and automatically start giving me different results. But this is a balance of a bunch of different constraints because it's a genetic algorithm. And that's stuff that I've been studying for a really long time. That's where all this stuff comes from. So rather than throwing stuff out completely, I'm interested in figuring out what I need to also include. That might make this do what I'm looking for. Because the thing is, what it's doing, here, and we'll stop that, is making stuff that sounds very realistic. I just have this sort of echoey quality about it because stuff is coming in clusters. And it may end up with me figuring out, and see, here's the thing I wanted to look at. And it looks like it is, in fact, the same. So we're generating a random number like this, and we're making it be an absolute value. This is a modulus. This is making it be no larger than room size times 120. And then we're checking this random number. It's possible that I could make this run faster simply by using a more efficient random. I'm not sure I need to do that, though. And in a fairly unlikely thing, if it's less than golden ratio, this goes from 0 to 1. RandF does. We go into here, and the thing I was checking, if select modulus 12 is larger than changes, changes steps upwards as we continue to have more. Otherwise, if we didn't have it doing that, it would always be select modulus 12. Since the randomness was beyond a certain amount, we're referring to previous entries, and it's stepping through each of these one at a time. And now we have a random number that is select. And we're actually checking that kind of a lot. I feel like it's just possible that it might be more efficient to make that a variable and not be running the modulus every single time on slightly increasing numbers. But what we're doing is we're going, oh, also, look at that. I just noticed something interesting. Oh, no, wait, no, it's going to be fine. So what I was thinking was, is this like a select case statement where I have all these happening, but since I don't have break in there, it just always does all of them? I don't think that's the case. Instead, what's happening is it's going to try to find one of these in turn. This could be a select case statement. It just happens not to be. And the reason that makes sense is that we are checking to make sure it's smaller than changes, meaning it sort of iterates through these, like gold, silver, bronze, steel, brass, copper, tin, lead, etc., in decreasing order of goodness. Every time it gets a new successful one, it puts that in at the top and then steps everything else along. So I have this growing number of real successful algorithms to use. And then every step of the way, it will be checking to see whether it can, it'll be checking and trying to use values from one of the previous successes. So if all the successes had like the entry in the corner, I can show you this corner. This is what I mean by the corner. These are modifying these little text boxes. And if all the successes had the entry in the corner being like 7, like everything that's actually good has to have 7 in this box. Otherwise, it's just automatically bad. Nothing else that is tried works. Everything that actually gets a good score, scored by all of these things here. Bloom, naturalness, darkness. There's a shape damping factor that gets along in here. There is a how many prime numbers are involved in this calculation. I could weight that heavier if I wanted. Force early means there can't be too much of a delay between the initial sound and the, oh, look at that. It is highlighted what kind of note that is. Neat. Excuse me. Hopefully I sneezed off mic enough. Probably blow up the mic anyway. So the way the genetic algorithm works is it saves all of the highest scores, and these update along with what's drawn visually on there, which is just for you to be able to look at. We apparently have the 5x5 and 3x3 matrices still there. And this is a stack of measurement values for what counts as important in our scoring of the reverbs. And the reason they say what they say is because I also did a whole bunch of experimentation on different reverbs and went for high scores of a particular kind, which that might be actually worth doing some further experimenting. That's not a given. This is just it may be a local maximum. But the weighting of it is like yay much G, which is the smoothness of how many times a particular delay shows up. And naturalness and spacing has to do with what's the spacing between the individual delays. That shows up more in the 4x4 matrix, not as much in the 6x6. It'll show up more towards the very end. Although it does also bring in spacing between, are the delay returns getting louder as they go or getting quieter? It'll change direction. That'll be another thing to measure. Darkness and depth is very much how rapidly are we modulating between delay returns where there is energy coming through and silence. Because if it's energy, silence, energy, that is effectively a high frequency sound because it's modulating between those two things very sharply. And I can measure that, and I can penalize it. And in fact, that's what's happening here. That's also causing some of the results we see. For instance, and look at that. I've got a thing that says history there, and I'm looking for inventory. Or rather than inventory, I'm looking for something else anyhow. What have I got? Inspector. So, signals, groups, history, inspector. That's what I was looking for. So if I do, A means don't consider this factor. And this is beginning of the reverb tail, this is end of the reverb tail. So I get to weight these things differently depending upon where they are in the reverb. Bearing in mind, of course, that there is no program to go along with these. That's what a genetic algorithm is about. I always enjoy talking about this because it's going to be even more important in the world of AIs because AIs won't be able to do this stuff. Oh yeah, cool. I'm glad somebody mentioned Creature too. Instead, what we're doing is measuring enormous numbers of possible reverbs made of just pick a grid, which will become a householder matrix. We're just figuring out what numbers go in here. And it'll start with just random experiments, and it'll start including the ones that were successful before, and it'll just basically keep going. But this stuff is how you rate a certain arrangement of numbers here. Like you measure it out, you plot it out. I'm going to show you in a moment what that means. And then these are the calculations for does this arrangement of numbers count as good? So I don't know if I hit save, so let's hit save. There we go. And now I have set the darkness setting from a fairly high setting to a fairly low setting. What you're going to see here is that that bar in the bottom will no longer have any blue area, because the blue area is where the darkness factor kicked in. And what we're seeing here is it's running through at this stage 7,000 tries. It's going fairly fast. Oh, that's not making sound. I am making sound. If the stream is not making sound, that's the stream's problem. If I can bounce it if it helps. It says in my audio mixer that I'm making sound. But what we're seeing is these little blue areas telegraph that high frequency information is happening. That the tint of it is going to be slightly different. 89 Carton, well, I'm talking. I don't see it doing anything here. Let me tell you what, let me bounce the string. Oh, Chad, you have audio? I'm going to bounce the stream anyway. Bear with me for a second. It should hiccup and hopefully restart. Actually, no, hang on. I'm not going to do that. Maybe you can refresh your browser, maybe? Because it just told me, and I think it showed me, yeah, you're not going to be able to reconnect because now I'm doing the stream. Everything always gets worse and bad, and I'm doing my best with it. So when I say everything always gets worse and bad, first, YouTube Studio stopped being able to show me the stream that I'm doing, although it still shows me chat, so that's the only part that I really need. And then it made the OBS not be able to work with that anymore. And so I had to start a version of OBS where I was using OBS internally to set up the stream and indeed control the title and thumbnail and stuff from inside OBS, because it wanted me to do it by logging in OBS, which also involved it like taking control of my account, which is tacky, and I don't like that. But it was able to start working. But now if I hit stop streaming, rather than just being able to bounce it, it's like, goodbye to your broadcast. Would you like to start a new broadcast? And I'm like, no, I want you to connect back to the one that I'm doing. But apparently I can't do that any longer as well. If it all goes to hell so thoroughly that I can't function, it won't be for lack of trying. So I hope that you have audio, 89 Carton. I cannot tell you, bear in mind, like, Microsoft now does are you on Windows? Microsoft now does all of its stuff in vibe coding. So this is what we all have to face now. Meanwhile, this is still running. Look at it go. So yeah, like I said, if I do this, we're making a reverb algorithm where it is only interested in the other two things, and it's not interested in brightness at all. But if I stop and I go back to here, and you can download this program, by the way, and I go over to here so that I can make these BZ, because originally I was printing out the settings as letters, as a string of letters, so that I could refer to what I had been doing if I had one that sounded really good. Oh, phosphorescimolith, that's interesting. Interesting. I will bear that in mind. Although I also don't really love the idea of doing that, because then I would be back in OBS and it would probably expect me to start a new broadcast. And so that would be a problem. But yeah, let me be sure to save. And this is what I'm explaining about how this program works. I've now told it to be suppressing brightness at its maximum possible attempt. So what it's doing is now it's looking at the same random values that are coming in. But what it's doing is going, okay, at all costs, I must find a combination of sounds, a combination of delay times that preferably avoids there being high frequency information by striking differences between louds. Like, it's going to want to have all of the samples blend together and be all basically the same level, rather than sudden chattering between silences and samples. And having turned up the brightness suppression all the way, in theory, this will generate a darker reverb sample, which is the kind of thing that got me Wood Room, most likely. That said, I don't know, maybe not. I see Pick and Choose there asking about a wood room. That's an interesting question. I'm not sure what the answer is. It's not actually mimicking a resonant body of a string instrument. But, if I wanted to do something like that, one thing I could conceivably do is work like this. We've got it set to maximally suppress high frequency information. Maybe that's good. And then let's see if it breaks if we make the room size be like 3. I haven't necessarily coded it to be able to do this. Let's see what happens. It might just crash. It has not crashed. It's going to do its level best. It is synthesizing a reverb with cajillions of different delays, like 36 separate delay impulses, but it's going for a room size of 3. And this is the best it's gotten to so far, but it's going to keep going. And it's also doing that suppressing high frequency information from the blue setting, the one that's been being drawn in blue. Probably going to throw another log on the fire in a moment. And we're not going to be only playing with Into the Matrix. That's just the first thing that I checked to see whether it was busted in the new version of Godot. And I don't believe it is. I don't tend to use stuff. One of my watchwords for programming: use as few extraneous things as possible. I'll simplify stuff, so it's basically only using C or C# features. And I will avoid having extraneous libraries in there. Like, everything has to run not only on what's built into the compiler, rather than bringing in libraries to do stuff. The one exception is Juice. I'm using a thing called Pample Juice for the stuff like the console plugins. And I dare say I'll be bringing in some more GUI programs going forward. This seems like it'll be a good year for bringing out a few more of the... I'm holding off a little bit because I feel kind of like I would like to see more from Sudara, who is working on getting his Sign Machine plugin out. But for a while there, he was talking about how he could maybe make me a mono repo version of my software, and then was like, no, it's too hard. And so I released Console X2 and Console H without having a mono repo. Turns out if you do have a mono repo, you still have to go through and update every single code base. But there are certain things about it that don't need to be manually updated. So yeah. So we've been running this. If I hit stop, it's going to copy the 6x6 matrix that this represents into the clipboard. And you can see that to make this tiny, tiny reverb, maybe you'd like to download Into the Matrix and experiment with it yourself, because it might not be in my interests, but what you would be doing, and it might be a 4x4 matrix that'll suit you just as well. Ooh, I'm looking to do more with Soft Clock 2. There might be a Soft Clock 3 coming. Also, is that officially out, or have you just built it? Let me double check. Dum-de-dum. Oh. There's a 3. There's a 3 coming. I remember what that was about, too. I'll tell you about what's coming in Soft Clock 3. Then you can tell me whether you desperately want me to put it out as fast as possible. 2 is out. 3's not. I have 3. There's already a newer version of Soft Clock. But yeah, what I just did here with Into the Matrix, and we're not going to be hearing this, but I have got very, 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 very small delays here. And it's a householder matrix, so it combines together to make a sort of body of sound that's like a resonant object of some kind. A room being like a very large resonant object. But this is substantially smaller than a closet. It's like a box. You could say, you could generate rooms that are the size of a violin. If you successfully do that and can set it to demonstrate what that needs to be, then you will have a householder matrix that emulates a violin. So regarding pick and choose's idea, I would absolutely give that a try. So this was a 6x6 matrix. And you can certainly do that. I think it's a little bit messy. And look at how many of these are the same. 3, 3, 3, 5, 5, 4, 4. There's too many of these in here. So it's forcing them all to be incredibly short. There's very little variation in there. And it might sound completely terrible because we're no longer even making a room. Now we're making like an object, a crate, something like that. But let's take a moment and run that again. But this time doing the 4x4. So this time we'll say it's a 5-seat room. Anything smaller than like 100 or so is so small it sounds like a closet. So going this small means it's going to become ridiculous or possibly crash. But when you're doing it that small, and look how fast it runs, that's the one cool thing is you get to run it very, very fast. A 4x4 matrix has many fewer delay returns. A householder matrix is giving you a bunch of combined delays that are paths through the matrix using every possible iteration of the delays. So you never are getting just one delay all by itself. You're getting, in a 4x4, you're getting 4 automatically. And the way I'm doing it is going across the matrix one way and then going down the matrix another, because in stereo I use the matrix in 2 directions. It's using all the same numbers, but the end results will end up being slightly different. And so that gives me a stereo effect, which I'm not sure you would want out of instrument body simulation. But this is the kind of thing that you would do. It seems to have kind of ground to a halt at this stage. Oh, I say that and it immediately updates. So that is, it considers itself to be a 4-seat room. What's going to happen with that, I'm almost tempted to just go and demonstrate this. I know what's going to happen though. If I simply demonstrated this, what you would get is a sort of small clonking noise that sounded like a box. And it would sort of ring loudly. But the idea is, can you set it up so that it makes it sound like an instrument? If so, you'd then have a reverb that is like a instrument simulation, and you'd run your whatever in there. and it would fill in the space. You could also do it in such a way that it was like a drum room or a drum of some kind. It would probably be different requirements. In this case, what I'm doing, having had the blue channel set to Z, meaning that that particular form of analyzing stuff is cranked up as hard as it will go. So it's making all of these, and it's trying as hard as it possibly can to not have the sound be a bright sound with high frequency stuff in there. I still intend to do a 3x3 matrix one where they're all pass filters, and I'm doing the thing that the guy was doing when he was using phase nudge a couple of times over and synthesizing symbols. He was using phase nudge and he was using a bunch of other stuff to do it. But having phase nudge feeding back on itself was the heart of what he was doing. And the reason that was working is because that was a couple of all-pass filters, and they're actually run inside Console 5 internally. That's part of why he got results out of those, is that they're generating it's synthesizing some harmonics. And then everything he's doing from there on is just making them feed back. And also there is a frequency modulation thing, or a phase modulation thing that he's doing, which is very similar to what discontinuity does. And that gave him crashiness on the cymbals. And it was very neat. I fully intend to do more along the lines of that. That's going to be when I get into working through my backlog so everything is posted. Remember, I've got Soft Clock 3 waiting for you. I'll tell you a little bit about that, but I will go back to the old laptop and I will start making more plugins. And one of the first ones is going to be that symbol creating one. But then there's plenty of opportunity for doing other stuff as well. That same technique could be used for things like, a guitar body. And if you can make any of this stuff work, what I'm doing now is running a 4x4 matrix. This will produce a set of numbers. Text file, paste. This is the set of numbers. So since it's a 4x4, it does not seem to have needed to repeat the numbers quite as much. I see a 3, 7, 9, 8. So 12, 19, 17. See, we're getting some primes in there. And yeah, that will happen. When I get, I'm always in plugins, you know that, but the interesting thing about the synthesizer idea is I'm on good terms with the Surge people. Like, I can talk to Bacon Paul about that. The trouble is, people who make synthesizers usually are coding in this very highfalutin fancy way. And see, that's going to be another physical modeling thing. It's just a householder matrix being assembled. You can also do a 3x3 matrix along the same lines. Just have it be extremely tiny and small. I found out last year that if you literally use a proper householder matrix with a 3x3, rather than going, oh, that's only 9 echoes in total, so I needn't bother doing the householder matrix. I was so wrong about that. Turns out if you do the inverting and stuff and whatever, and then use that, it creates a wonderful sound. And that's how I got Take Care. Take Care is a 3x3 matrix, but it's a fully householder matrix rather than just a batch of modulating reverbs. Take Care is essentially what I'll be using to produce the cymbal effect. But yeah. So we'll not save that, and we will quit out of here for a moment just so I can throw another log on the fire because it's really cold out here, guys. We're just getting past having it be literally zero. I have gotten through the risk of having my tub drain where I need to take a shower freeze. Yeah, the guy that moved to my hometown once was like, dude, I'll fix that for you, don't worry about it. But he's busy working on, he's flipping a house to keep the lights on. And I say that, but the guy that moved to my hometown is flipping a house to keep the lights on. It's not real estate speculation so much as he's a talented contractor, so he can do that work. So he bought a fixer-upper. And he is also now somebody who has outlived native instruments, so that's wild. I got to hang out with him once, though. He's cool. Let's see about throwing some more logs in here and keeping this going. And yeah, it's been crazy cold. It's that whole Arctic blast thing. It's not been that much out of line from what Vermont normally is, but it's definitely on the down to 0 degrees Fahrenheit phase. So when that happens, I gotta keep an eye out for things like my fuel oil furnace burning itself dry because it needs to boil water to do the steam registers. You know, am I running out of wood? Do I have enough wood brought in from the wood pile? Which at the moment that is the case. And are my pipes freezing? And the regular pipes don't freeze so much, but there is a crawl space area where the tub drains into, and that's a risk. Everything else like sinks and whatever, the little loop in the plumbing that makes you not be smelling sewage are in-house, but then the tub, that is underneath the crawl space. 20°C for weeks, yeah, that's beyond what I'm doing. That's actually very cold. Okay, back we go. Let's check something else. I feel like maybe just jumping... Ooh. Well, I say that, but... How about... we check this out. Look at it go. I think they've added this. I don't know why WebPurple isn't showing a color swatch, but I do believe I see some updates in here. So I've been meaning to work on this. I don't think we're going to do that today because I feel like throwing more video game noises, seeing as I got the counterpart to make noises, and that was exciting. We're going to play with that. But let's see. So that was the wild music. And it looks to me like that's going to be tucked away under here somewhere. Oh, sure enough. I don't know why that is where it is in the list of projects. But we're going to open it up. And this is one that I am looking to do more with. I'm probably going to get it rolling and then do more with it later. But this is the one where I need to bring in like all of my card game stuff that I did. And I could tell you, actually, I think I could probably even show you. Maybe I can, maybe I can't. Let's find out. Twisted Wave. Let's open one of my pieces of music. We're not patching through SWV Auto Capture just yet. So that's a track of mine. But if I have this available and then I show you, you shall see. So let's see, what was that? That was soft clock. PQRS. Okay, don't have it yet. But that could be remedied. I feel like showing you what I did with soft clock. In the upcoming folder. Requires I will be doing this. Then, might as well do that. And that ought to be enough, especially since I'm looking at the VST3. AU might not respond until I open the computer up again. That would be a highfalutin synth, absolutely. So back to my noise. Now one of the things I have to do for doing this, unfortunately, is I need to do refresh VST to list. And it may need me to skip an entry, but maybe not. I feel like there was a bug that I had going on here where it would be looking for one of the things and get stuck. I don't think it's actually getting stuck, but this is actually quite hilarious how slowly it's doing this on my Mac Studio, because that was purchased for a bunch of different reasons. One of them was I thought I was going to be able to get stuff out of AI, so I got a Mac Studio with enough RAM to be able to do that, only to find out later that that wasn't actually a useful pursuit. But it's very powerful, so the fact that it can only do this quickly is extremely funny. But then I'll be able to show you Soft Clock 3. So the deal with Soft Clock 3 is that I am, let's see, move that back over to here, very good. What's up? The deal with Soft Clock 3 is I integrated the tempo ideas that I had. So I've had these ideas about different tempos produce different feels, different vibes. And you can have a very relaxed vibe, a very low energy vibe. Ah, neat. You can have a very tense vibe. For instance, here's my stuff there. I'm going to relaunch Twisted Wave just on the assumption that it struggles with having new things, and so I'm going to relaunch it, and then it'll be able to show me all of the plugins that I have. At least that seems likely. So VST2s, S, there we go. So here's the new one. Now you'll note it no longer has anything to do with peak, valley, swing, any of that. That is because we have these various associations with things. Like I've got edge and flow. I've got tude and groove. And these are all factors of what I think of as tempo nodes. I think of the nodes as these tempos look to certain kinds of vibe, and it associating it with known songs that had those tempos, it did a very good job of actually seeming like it was producing the vibes I was talking about. What I've got here the VST is doing a good job of showing me all the stuff that I want. And here you can set tempos. And here you can set whether triplet is on or off. And if I hit play, we're going to start getting the sound. So if I go for a flow tempo, For instance, 130 is meant to be a flow tempo. What's going to happen is the speed at which that wavering is going to go will slow down. And the idea is that is in this zone. It's got a flow vibe to it. So if it's supplying the tempo for that, it should also supply the feel. Rather than you being able to pick it out randomly, like, let's apply this particular feel to it, the edge feel. Like, nope, not at that tempo. If you want edge feel, you have to pick a tempo that's appropriate for it. For instance, 140. At which point you will hear a much sharper effect out of it. I'll go to 140. Also, notice that flavor. If I turn flavor down, it'll become very generic. This is now the way to make it be more aggressively reinforced or less. Stretching it out a little bit. So you pick how much of that character you want in there. When we go to 140, the whole feeling of everything changes abruptly. And you can have less flavor, but it's still going very fast because that's what this kind of tempo feels like. And then we can also do a funny count. For instance, so that's an 11. So is this. Let's pick like a 13. Maybe I'm not counting that correctly. I wanted to add more variations on that too. It's just a little bit daunting. There's a lot going on there. There we go. So that is a 13 being expressed at 140 beats per minute. And again, I'd like to throw more variations in there, but that is indeed a 13, and it's being expressed in such a way that you could conceivably vibe to it. Speaking of vibe to it, this is an edge tempo. And if I dropped it back to 130 again, the flow tempos are relaxed. The edge tempos are tense. So what about these other ones like groove and tude? Turns out that's where swing enters things. Both flow and edge feel natural with very little swing. They're both rigid in different kinds of ways. But if we go to, say, 135 is a groove tempo, so that's going to maximize a different feel. And it'll be a sort of a dancey kind of thing, but in 13. So if we do that, and it's got a little bit of a swing in there, which has been recalculated from Soft Clock 2 to sort of try to naturally produce something. And you do get to do triplets. And you do get to cut the flavor back. We can cut the flavor back without triplets. Or since we're in groove land, we can exaggerate groove a great deal until it doesn't feel right anymore. And there's a certain sort of swagger to it. Mind you, we do literally have also got swagger tempos. I'm calling them TUD. So I can go to 126 from here, and that'll be, or 110 is literally what I described as swagger. So if we go to 110, we'll have this same groove, but we'll have a slightly different arrangement of the swagger. And we can simplify it down to 8 again. And the idea is you play along with this. So I'm going to want to build that into this. So this doesn't have any tempo, and currently it does not have any even chord sequencing. But what it's doing is some of the more fundamental stuff of being able to let you work around different keys or multiple keys at the same time. So what we're doing here is taking these and being able to run like adjacent things. This is showing the notes in the key that I have selected. For instance, this is D major. We can do this to move these notes. Oh, I remember. I had it being the other click to remove the note. So you can have it be, say, in B minor, and it shows you where your B is. And then it is also showing you what chords can go into there from the key of C major. So we're going from C major to B minor, which is a moderate change rather than an enormous change. And it's showing you the chords that live in C major, which honestly the chords are not going to change. It's just organizing which ones are listed first. But if we change this around, we're not actually changing the key. We change this around, we're changing the key, and it shows in different colors and different things are being highlighted. It's actually highlighted on this, but also the previous one. The adjacent one brings in available notes, like for instance, here's C. And then this is not available in, well, actually no, wait, is it or is it not? Well, in C, this is not an available note. But now it is, because we have B minor in the mix. And so that becomes an available note. So C sharp. We also bring this one in. And those wouldn't be available in C, but they're lighting up because they are in the next key along. And it looks to me as if, okay, so if I do this to D and then do that to B minor, at some point it should refuse to let me play notes that are available in C. Let's see whether that's actually true. Maybe it is, maybe it's not. It's also set up so that the range here you set elsewhere in the program. I'm not sure where I've got it set now, but it's in there somewhere as your vocal range. And this is falsetto. And then it brings in your highest sung note. And then it goes down to your lowest note. That's actually lower than I can sing right at the moment. And that's the idea. Like, This tells you what mode you're in for whatever key it is, and it arranges these a little differently. And then you get to bring in other stuff, and it says advance and recede to show the chords that are not in the key. And then we can also go like 2 more notes over. C major, B minor to E major. I think if I keep doing that, there's an F sharp. So it can, eventually it will have literally all of these notes available. Because I think as it scrolls across, it's not actually unselecting any of them. I could be wrong. Yeah, see, the gray parts are where you can't click. That's not available in the key. And then I've started bringing those in. But as I do, other ones disappear. And that's probably because I went to E here. And when I did that, it started opening some of these other ones up. And then I went to F sharp, at which point this area, I've got a bunch of white keys that you can no longer play. And yeah, this transitional one. So there's a bunch of stuff you don't get to play here, but then every single note is available in this one because you'd be modulating to it. And indeed it shows when it says recede, and I can tell you why. It's because I have the key of C major right next to it. So it needs to be showing all of the notes that would be played. Those are also showing on this little keyboard here. All the notes that are available, the ones that are not available are grayed out, like in C where the black keys are grayed out. And the reason that is there is because it's directly next to a C major. So if I instead made it go to F sharp, looks like it's still, no, actually, no, it's not. No, it's legitimate, it's wrapping around, it's registering the C over here again. But yeah, this was days of work getting all this stuff to go. I'm not going to stay on this. Just know that what I've done in Soft Clock, the idea is to be able to work with these like styles, bring in the arrangement cards that I made back in some years ago and haven't worked with it. This also has to go into this program, at which point it will be giving suggestions for why don't you start out in a cruel, angry mood, and then if you transition to sad and calm, it's this kind of transition, which maybe can go to a different kind of piece of music where you bridge over to sad and calm, and then you could transition to kind and full. And as you did that, it would be telling you what tempos to use and perhaps what kinds of, like the idea there is, can you make tempo transitions where it's honoring the feels to be gone to with each of these, but then maybe having any tempo changes be a matter of ratios. And like have it be like if you're doing a really aggressive part, say your B minor here, you've got some kind of groove going on and it's really heavy, and here's the chords that you get to use. And say if you shift to A major, what if you not only change from B minor to E major, these are now the chords you have available to you, but then also it's shifting to a different feel. So you know, okay, I'm gonna fire this up in Reaper, I'm gonna make a region, color code it maybe, call it, this is the serene and calm vibe. Let's jam some stuff out that feels serene and calm. And make a pretty piece of pretty music like that using the notes that are available here. but also it needs to change to a arrangement scenario where it feels serene and calm, and that may require switching to a different tempo, where soft clock 3, whether I build it into this or whether I just set it up like you are to use this and stripe it onto your track, soft clock 3 switches to a tempo that forces it into one of those serene moods. It switches it over to where the gentler waving of the soft clock sound goes along. But then there's a lot to do with all of this. This is a lot. I'm going to see what I can do about this year. I'm happy to see that worked. Oh, and see, there's where my notes are available. This MIDI notes, and that happens to correspond to me. Lowest note 36, top belt is 62, top falsetto of very, very few additional notes of 68. And beyond that, I cannot go. And then here's all the controls that are good, normal Godot controls that are being used to set all of this up. And then this stuff is pretty much a bunch of just color rectangles on the interface. It'll see what I can do with all that. And overall, we have sort of objects that have been designed to talk to each other. They've each got their own little script. Like here it is opening that. And they're all calling the same piano roll script. But it's looking to define that differently. See, it's looking for this name, what it is. And then it's registering what the next one along is going to be. And that's how we're doing those transitions between keys. It's all a bit of a mess, but it does actually work. And I shall see, and it even has a sound creation sound. Everything's all piled into this one CS file. So here's where you click on stuff. But this, see, process double delta, this is our sound generation stuff. No, wait, or is it or is it not? No, I don't think that is. Hang on. Beep CS, so it's calling this. So this is a audio stream player, and this is synthesis within Godot. Now in the video game, what I'm doing is I'm just firing a bunch of samples and I'm letting it deal with its own stuff. But this is how I would synthesize stuff directly. And it might be a fine idea for me to look into trying to get one of my plugins into the code as well. Because in theory, a class like this is what I would use in order to code, say, a reverb and bring it in and have it be available to be used. I don't know if that's necessarily going to work, but this is how we go about doing it. And the frames available stuff, this is a reference to we're working on a buffer. We're working on an audio buffer, and that's how it does what it does. Complete with having the private double phase 00, which is essentially a stored up variable that isn't confined to within the buffer that we're working on. The code for doing the reverb is likely to be very similar to this. It's not going to be the same, but it's likely to be fairly similar to this. So yeah, let's bail out of here. I'm wondering whether I'm going to... I don't need to throw another log on the fire. I think I'll wait for throwing another log onto the fire for when I need to go and use the facilities. It's getting late enough in the afternoon that people will filter away. Just at the point when we get to look at the interesting video game. But before we do that, we got to load it up in the new version of Godot and see whether it broke. It probably didn't break, but I'm not sure. So now we get to find out. we were getting a little stuck, but this is meant to be sort of a maintenance release. We don't have that much going on in here. Everything basically lives in Rider. So let's go to Game CS. We're at level 100. That seems legit. And see where we left off. So we're going to find out whether this still runs, even though I updated both JetBrains Rider and Godot. I know exactly what I mean to do with this going forward. We've got a bunch of sounds. Ooh, it hung a little bit. So this stuff is still working. What's going on now is I have a background sound that will work on the explodey sounds of having the rocks break into smaller rocks. I've got it a little bit loud. But that stuff is working okay. The difference is I do not have I don't have polyphony. So I can make booms of various sizes based on how big the asteroid is I'm shooting at. That's actually farther away than I thought. Small ones. Small sounds. I should also have a sound for that smallest one that just disappeared without making a noise. It is culling other rocks so that it's trying to hang on to frame rate. That's something that I could be doing more work on. Basically by setting it to weird levels and torture testing it. See, watch these little guys, some of them are disappearing. That's because we're culling rocks that are less threatening in order to keep up frame rate, and we're at level 100. Okay, that made a noise, but does this? Sometimes it does. So what's happening there is it's making noises, but I'm not getting polyphonic noises. What I have got is a single sound producer, lives in here. It is called Rock Sound, and it's being moved around every time it's needed. So basically what I could do, rather than doing it programmatically, is just manually make a batch of these and have them all sitting here for use. Fuzz, Giphy, I don't quite know what you guys are talking about. Unison plugin in terms of playing at different pitches is not unison. But if you want something that's chorusy, which sounds more like what you're talking about, go and use Take Care. Take Care is probably the best thing I have along those lines. That's gonna be settable to something that will act like a unison plugin. I do not have a micro delay plugin, so that's a bit of a puzzle. I will call you out. I don't have a plugin that says micro delay. Also, I'm contemplating letting myself have another cup of coffee, although I shouldn't code too late in the day. That's a possible downside. Also, I have a setting problem here, which you might just be able to see. This is set to max polyphony of 16. It needs to be 1. Because the purpose of this is to have this audio stream player going, and I'll be tuning it to make it be more appropriate. Vinegar Jim, if certain plugins are not appearing in your version of Consolidated, you need to go and re-download it, because there was a bug that showed up with some work that Paul was doing. Paul was doing some work with trying to get even more controls to show in specifically Consolidated. You also wouldn't want to use multiple versions of sample delay, but fair. And there was a period where stuff that had exactly 10 controls was dropping out of Consolidated, in some cases interfering with people's saved mixes, because he had simply made a bug of, rather than using numbers of plugins of less than or equal to 10, he made a change where it became less than 10 and didn't properly compensate for that. So he ran and fixed it as soon as he noticed that that was happening. But that did happen, and if stuff that you need to be there is not showing up, go and re-download Consolidated. There is a bug that has been fixed. My hope is that when things like that happen, which I never prefer them to happen, that they don't interfere with stuff too much, and in particular don't override people's saved things, because people were having stuff get replaced with Galactic when the bugged version of Consolidated didn't think a plugin was there. And again, that's fixed now, but I'm always going to be looking towards being able to save stuff rather than have it break. Like if you open stuff up with a bugged plugin and then hit save, would it lose all your settings? Because that would be very bad. There should be multiple plugins currently in the tape setting, in the tape section. What you'd need to be doing is setting them to all rather than recommended. Mind you, you can have it set to recommended and the other plugins will still be there. Just because recommended no longer shows something doesn't mean you can't get it. And if you have it set in a recording, it's not going to take that away. It's just showing a restricted number of things when you go searching for stuff. So yeah. So there's your answer, Vinegar Jim. 2 tape 8 will still be there. And when I come out with a new one, it'll still be there in saved things. But then if you've got stuff set to recommended, it will go to the new version and no longer be recommending the just previous version. And you still have 2 tape 7 available as well. It's just that that is not showing in recommended. It's only showing in all. Seriously contemplating more coffee. I'm not sure if I should. So let's see. How about I start duplicating this around? Firstly, let's see if I can make it go. We'll do rock sound 0 through 9. We'll make a counter that counts them, and it'll just go through and be calling on different ones every time you do a new update. It'll iterate through and do that. That's not going to really be an array. It's just a series of different names with a number at the end of them. Your IQ is fine. Don't worry about it. It's all the better for being willing to learn things and trying to notice the world around you. So let's see. I think the only thing I have going on is, in fact, rock sound. So that no longer exists. But now it does. And I don't think... There was also some stuff I needed to pay attention to regarding... Yeah, okay, so that's still cool. Do I need that? Well, now I definitely don't have it. Okay. Where'd it go? You know what? I'm not going to worry about it. Maybe it'll show back up. 89 carton, that is an interesting observation. Because it's not really about IQ so much as can you think of an original idea? You were the one asking about, and maybe you meant that in a complimentary way of like, well, if you're hanging out with Chris, you must be brilliant. But people can be quite brilliant but not be able to think of an original idea. And I think it's 89 Carton that was asking about how can I make money doing open source coding? And you're going to have to think of an original thing of some kind that people will be interested in. Simply wanting to do open source coding and being brilliant will not help. You have to be able to telegraph something interesting that you'll be doing. I think that was the only place where I had rock sound. We also don't appear to have... Okay, so that's interesting. So what I'm currently looking at is, I know I am calling this object, this SoundMaker object, and I'm doing stuff like updating its position, things like that. In fact, I can stage down the volume while I'm at it. See, here's where the SoundMaker shows up. And I don't think it's showing up here. Nope, sure enough. So I had stuff be very noisy. The explosions were very loud. So what I can do, and it might be... Okay, so watch this. My volume is rock size times rock size, but I believe this object has a built-in maximum. Like its maximum is like plus 3 dB or something. Indeed. First, funny you should mention that. Some plugin developer friends had posted links to things like there's some Instagram somewhere where a vibe coder guy was like, I have mastered vibe coding. Here's what I did. I've got Claude set up so that as soon as I hit go away and think about this Claude, it opens up like Twitter and Instagram and TikTok all at the same time in little panes in my window. And they continue going until Claude comes back with its response, at which point it makes them disappear again. And I'm like, that seems great. Gosh, okay. I could not tell, and I cannot tell whether that is a joke. Because the thing is, basically, they're making a self-distraction and not be able to keep a coherent thought in your head machine. And the big catch to that is you will never be bored if you're telling the robot to go off and do a thing, and then distracting yourself completely with something else, waiting for the robot to bring back the fruits of its labor, which is going to be some kind of stuff that people have already done. But presumably you don't care about that. You're just going to go like, fine, go and do more work and stuff. So yeah, that bringing up getting bored. Don't underestimate getting bored. Getting bored is valuable. Speaking of which, this is not boring. This is me trying to figure out whether I've just made the volume of rocks being created much quieter, or if I've not done that enough. So if I shoot this, okay, I can't actually shoot that. That is too close to me or something. How about I shoot this? No. My positioning, oh, there was a noise, is not great. But I can shoot that. Or perhaps not. Funny. Okay, all of a sudden it doesn't want to register these. Maybe the code broke the rock break-in. Let's find out. The rest of this is working fine. I think I have a bug. I think I made it not work. So what that's going to mean is something about this isn't able to work anymore because of the stuff in Godot. So I've got rock sounds here. We've got rock sound 0. There is a, okay, open an editor. That's probably fine. And the script, I'm being shown the script, but the script is not the same name. I don't know whether I need to create a new script or maybe not even have a script, because this is a dummy script. It's not doing anything. I also don't know whether I'm... Oh, hang on. I do believe I just did a silly thing. There we go. We're back. So here's the place where we're firing off new things. Now Godot's interface has changed a little bit. And I had covered up this area. Signals. Are we doing anything with signals? History. No biggie there. Signals. We're not actually doing anything with signals. We're addressing this object from code. I notice that I've changed the name. Oh, okay. I've changed the name of the object enclosing this, but what is inside it is still called rock sound. That would be probably why it wasn't actually registering any shots. It was able to run, but me breaking this part of it caused the rock script to fail to work. So let me show you what that means. I got rock CS. And I see what I did wrong here. So what this needs to be is rock sound 0, and then rock sound is a object inside that object, and this is what it is. Or something like that. So here's game. So I changed this piece. And it is now rock sound scene. If I save it, does that change what's in here? No. So see what we're looking at is I am talking about the prospect of leaving that there and then having this be a sequence of numbers. What I'm going to do is keep a thing cycling, and it'll step up one every time it goes, and then it'll call. It's basically round robining, and it'll be cycling through multiple ones of these. Every time you address one of them, it's repositioning it and firing it off, meaning that I get to have stereo stuff flying around in the world, including when they bump into each other would be another good time to fire a sound. And where it fell down is as follows. I have renamed this. This is apparently a scene, but the scene is not renamed. I've also got bot sounds as well, but that might be a whole separate issue. I may just use, I don't know whether I'm going to use separate sound chains for each of these things. But this is why it ceased to work, is I've got this script. The script exists. Like the script is this stuff that's here. It's a class called rock sound. And we're not talking rock and roll, we're talking asteroids being blown up. In fact, this scene which is literally only this thing. I can duplicate it and it'll still have the same qualities, meaning it'll be able to parallel fire off sounds. But then I could also put in here a one-shot particle firer. And I think that would be good. That's one of the reasons I have it in its own little scene, is I get to put a particle firer in there. And then it'll teleport to a new place and make sound and begin firing particles from that new place. Because the point of this is to have, we can have hundreds and hundreds of rocks. I don't want hundreds and hundreds of rocks to also have hundreds and hundreds of audio systems and particle systems. That doesn't need to happen. The audio systems and particle systems can be teleported to the site of the previous explosion, and they become just a little explosion object, firing particles and making a noise. And we don't need to have hundreds of those. I'm going to keep it to 10, and it's going to round robin around the 10 of those. And if I do that, I can also add particles. That does not need to be a child of that. I bet I have a way of making it not be a child. Wait, hang on. I don't have a choice in that. Okay. Fine. We're not going to reparent that. It's also giving me better warnings in this version of Godot, so that seems cool. So, inspector, that's not necessarily interesting. But this is, so we should be able to keep this fairly simple. I shouldn't need a sub-emitter. We're going to want just the simplest version of this. I wonder if I get any other options in here. Well, I can shrink it down, anywho. So geometry. This is going to want me to do a thing. So there's a bunch of neat stuff about these that are useful to know about. Which isn't to say that I necessarily know about them real well, but for instance, maybe you want just one material over the entire game. Let's see. So this is a GPU based. What happens if we have a shader material? If this is all being done on the GPU. See, the thing about this is I'd like to make a visual effect that acts like dust and noise and stuff coming off the point of explosion, and it'll be fired from the middle of where the previous rock was. So it'll be kind of inside all of the sub-rocks that are created. I don't know if this is a good idea. I feel like maybe that's not going to help me. I'm going to back away from this just for the time being. Might honestly need to look up what I'm doing a little better. So we will follow the path of having it be an unshaded thing, because that's cutting down on stuff. I am never interested in crosstalk, because crosstalk is not relevant to things that make stuff sound good, in my opinion. It's a strong statement, but it is my opinion. Disable specular. So, can we load a texture that will be useful? Well, here's a possibility. I could try loading a cyberparticle. Or I've got rock billboard. So that's a sort of gray looking, it's slightly exaggerated. See, it looks a little bit like a rock, but if there's a bunch of these flying around, that might have a quality to it. Let's see what my options are as far as what these things look like. So at some point I should see something happening out of this. We're not there yet, but in theory, at some point I should see something happening. However, I haven't defined a mesh, so that has a lot to do with it. Let's define a quad mesh. And we're just going to see what happens. I'm not sure what this means. So the idea is if I can make this happen, I'm going to start seeing a particle-y thing going on. Still see a warning sign. Okay, so material to process the particles isn't assigned. Is this where we do that? I feel like that shouldn't... Okay, it did something. See, it did a thing. And yet it's not doing anything. So lifetime of 1 second. We've got it as one shot. We can make it appear anyhow. We got that going on. Third of a second. So the idea is make it actually do something rather than just sit there. But we are drawing something, so there's that. I got that going on. I don't believe it's going to be here. We're fine with having stuff start at just the exact center. We're inheriting from rock sound, so that's fine. Visibility, well, it's showing, so there's that. Yep. Makes it appear, and kind of nothing happens. So amount or ratio. What does amount ratio even mean, though? Okay. Smaller number than 8. 1 emission cycle. Shouldn't need this. Yeah. I don't need sub-emitters. It's going to be fine. What we don't have is making them do anything, so we're going to look for that. Shouldn't need pre-process, and that would be wasteful anyhow, so we don't want that. Ooh, explosiveness. That's perfect. That's exactly what I'm going to want. Randomness. We're not doing collision. So I'm going to be looking for motion. What do I need to do to make these things move around? That's built into particles. That's not unusual, so there's bound to be a way. It's not going to be that stuff. Oh, let's call it particle billboard. That at least I know is going to be relevant. Yep, see, now it's facing. And we could have it be in a draw mode. See, even without getting some of this right, I do know that at least bits of this I'm going to be able to figure out. So now I'm looking for well, not this, but now I'm looking for where I can tell it to be add rather than replace. UV1, okay, that's not a concern. That's not a concern. Yeah, definitely disable receiving shadows. Map might be okay, but I might just go with nearest neighbor just so it'll be more sparkly. I have specific ideas as to what I would like to make this do. Even if I haven't got most... particles. Anim, hello. Oh, no, this isn't an animated texture. That's what that means. That's almost certainly not going to be... What does this mean? Vertex grow. We're not doing that. So there's a rendering thing I'm looking for, which I have not found yet, but it's going to be in there somewhere. The rendering thing I'm looking for will stop it from drawing those black areas. Because what we're looking to do is make a bunch of these that go flying off in all directions. And they're going to be add mode. And maybe be quite dark so that it's just sort of a moving texture coming out. It might not be obvious circle showing up so much as it'll do something visual. That said, I'm not finding. So draw order. That's probably fine, but I feel like view depth is more likely to be what I want. Transform align. We're not going to worry about that maybe. So Z billboard wide of velocity will take a long stretched out one and make it follow the path, but I don't currently have a path of any kind, so that's a bit of a drag. Not worrying about this though. No description available, huh? Particle trails, not worrying about that. Tell you what. Give me a second. We're down to a fairly small viewership. I'm going to put on the wood stove, and I'm contemplating. Yeah, I'll play some kind of music. That can be arranged. I am going to have to run Audio Hijack, which is probably going to tell me that it has updates. No, I guess not. Otherwise, I won't be able to hear squat. And we'll go back to this earlier one. And I'm going to use my facilities and put another log on this fire. And I think it'll start over. Yep, there we go. Okay, so something I don't like about that music is how repetitive it was. It was composed on a Zox box, which was then, if I'm remembering correctly, like triggering other stuff. And so the Zox box and the machines were controlling like the kick drum and all that stuff. And it basically, there is a stability to it, but I feel like that only applies for flow tempos. And it's just the repetitiveness of it gets to me at this stage. Like, I'm not enjoying that part. So let's see, where were we at? Well, we were able to do this. Bip. Hey, it's a particle. How do I get, and it's not going to be a sub-emitter. What must I do to make things fly in different directions? Clearly not randomness. Collision has nothing for me. Process material, that has nothing for me. Draw passes. Geometry instance, I don't believe that's going to be a damn thing. So maybe node? No. So I got to figure this one out. We're so close and yet so far. It's not going to be looking for a sub-emitter. Sub-emitter means every single one can fire off additional particle systems. That's not what's needed. We've got stuff happening in time. It's also supposedly firing 8 distinct examples, but they're doing nothing. And we still have a warning sign here. Ah, okay. A material, this is probably telling me what I need to know. I may have other place to do that in, because I clearly am not doing it where I think I'm doing it. Material to process the particles, and material to process the particles. So sometimes you got this. Could that be what I'm looking for? I don't know. Ah, okay. So it's telling me more and more what I need to do to actually make this work, but I don't see where you even process a material of type particle process material is required. Okay, I don't think I need to copy that text. I bet that's just for doing Google searches for it or something. Here we have an area that says process material. I bet that has something to do with it. Let's try particle process material. Holds a particle configuration. I bet that's going to help. Not only that, I bet it can be shared. You don't have to set it to local to each instance. There could be a global version of this. And this, I think, is what I was needing. It could have been a shader material, but I'm not doing that. Lifetime randomness, that's not a problem. That's not a problem. Angles. Oh, okay. Alrighty. Good. Now we're getting somewhere. Emission shape. Point is probably fine. I'm wondering whether I can keep things very simple in this way. So sphere surface could be correct here, but it could also be more expensive than I need. Angle. Oh, that's amusing. So we have many possible angles. I don't think we need a curve. And if we switch them all this way, then they are all rotated in different ways. I'll just leave it like that. Direction. Spread. Flatness. You know what? Let's leave that and assume that it can be randomized in another way. This could prove interesting. Okay, now we got a velocity going. We don't need the so that could prove helpful. We're checking for how fast things go. What's this? Ah, minimum and base value spread. Okay. Animated velocity, so angle is acting like it is only randomizing the orientation of that. Don't like that so much. I don't like the fact that it's acting like there's a gravity. You were mistaken as far as the nutmeg, by the way. What you saw was not, in fact, a pepper grinder. It was a coffee grinder. I grind my coffee beans immediately before using. And although I do put a spice in, it is not nutmeg. I put cinnamon with a little bit of cayenne into the coffee. Disable Z. Okay, lifetime randomness is not being helpful. We're not going to do that. Particle trails. Okay, we're not doing that. What do we got to do in order to make these fire in randomly directions? Can we make them not fire at all? Okay. This may be... Haha. Bingo. Now from every direction, is that? Flatness, what's flatness mean? Spread along the y-axis. Okay, don't want that. Velocity is fine. This is basically acting fine for the time being. So there's a couple of things I'm going to want this to do. I'm going to want to shut this off. And I think I'm going, well, I never did get to dealing with the alpha. So just for funsies, we'll leave it sitting there doing that. Actually, no, I'm not quite done yet, am I? So the reason this didn't work was I am calling a rock sound object. But from here, oh, look at that go. So that clearly is sitting in the middle for the time being. I'll be firing off the trigger for it when it gets instantiated. But I've renamed this to Rock Sound 0, and it's an instance of Rock Sound Scene. So the overall thing is failing to work because where I'm calling it, I should be calling this, I think. Well, now hang on, that can't be right. So in theory, if I've got this set up properly, I'll be able to blow up the rocks with a kaboom. But I do not think I have this set up properly, and it's going to fail to blow up any of the rocks. So that's wrong. But if I change that back to rock sound from rock sound 0, then I should be able to do it. The node so this was working before I started fooling with it. And then I changed it and everything went wrong. So what I'm looking to do is call a object which is this one. It is in fact a rock sound audio stream player called rock sound. I don't know why I'm able to rename it to 0 here. Instance of rock sound. So that's fine. And changing it to do this should make it work again. Let's see if that's even true. It is. that is what I was talking about. I want to be making those, but as a one-shot, and I want to be making it at a size that you can see it happening when you've blown up a bunch of rocks. We've now moved that object to this position in space. If it's one-shot, it'll be done with that by now. And now it's there. And if I shoot one that's way far off... Oh no, that just despawned. So what I want to do is have multiple ones of these. And they'll do a little one-shot. I can also plainly see that those are not being drawn as add. They are instead being drawn with the little black squares around them. And I want them to be drawn as add, and I want them to be drawn much lighter. And I want all of this stuff to act kind of different. But yeah, it's a start. Not only that, we can do this. GPU particles 3D. And then we'll get that. Oh, hi, are you not able to do that? That's funny. Well, it's not going to want playing, but it does need to be able to find that. What's up with this? That's spelled right. We do have it saved. This is the parent object. We're not going to need to make that the root. And we should be able to refer to it from here. So why can we not? That's the name. GP. Ah, okay. It wants to do that. But the name of the object is capitalized. But having done this, I can go back over here and see that emitting can be turned on. And one shot can be turned on. If we do that, that's what happens. We can make more particles. They are clearly going in all directions, so that's fine. I don't know what Okay, interpret to end. Maybe that's not a thing. Let's find out. Buoy. Okay, so we need more of a time. We're going to need to change all of this stuff around a lot, but that's fine too. Emission randomness. What if it's random? What does it do then? Not that much. And there's a bunch of stuff that needs to be done with this, but for now, that's not too bad. Lifetime randomness. That works. And then we're going to have it doing a bunch of things. There's a bunch of things that would be nice to do. I'm going to have to get into the rendering part. Let's hit save. Emitting is the trigger. So we're going to be moving it to its new location, and then now when we do this, we only have one of these guys. It's a one-shot. And it works like that. So a bunch of that needs to be changed around a bit, but all in all, we're in the right zone. See, it needs to be darker. The little pieces need to be bigger, probably slower. But we are, in fact, spawning the particles as needed, or at least we were a moment ago. Oh, they're despawning. I might need to be more chill about that. And we definitely need to scale it to the point where we can see more easily what's happening. And we still have not got the multiple instances thing. So there's that. The shades of gray need to be similar, but if I can draw it in an add mode rather than a replace mode, I'll not get those square black borders on there, and it'll be a little sparklier. It'll be a little more interesting. It clearly needs to scale up a bunch. Also, it needs to scale up a bunch across the lifetime of the particle, because then it'll act a little bit more like a cloud of debris. And I guess we're working on that now. I guess there's that. It's all on the GPU, so there's that. We do not have collision. Not particularly worried about that. It'll be inside most of the rocks, and the idea is to have it be a sort of cloud that goes around the explosions that we have. So we can do that, and then it turns back off again. Speed scale. Okay, we don't need to do that. Yikes. We don't need to do pre-process. Let's not worry about interpolating them. It's just a visual effect. Let's not worry about that either. Don't worry about any of that stuff. We're going to do an aesthetic that makes it seem cool. Ooh, looks like we can't restart from emitting. That's interesting. So I just looked at collision, and we're not doing collision. Process material. What have we got there? Draw passes. That might be interesting. Okay. There we go. Draw pass 1. Here's our object. Orientation, face the camera. At least I believe that's what it's doing. Material. Okay, how about doing a standard material? Now what have we got? Seems pretty legit. These are pretty cheap objects. So I'm wondering where my speed stuff is coming from, and I'm very interested in sorting out this stuff. Hang on a moment, I've already got a texture in here, I don't need this. It's drawing me as something, I don't need to also put a texture there. That probably means that material here doesn't actually need to be there. But that might be interfering with my ability to do the draw passes the way I'd like. Okay, so here's pass 1. What's that little, it's a quad mesh, okay, good. It's a quad mesh, but I don't think I'm getting any graphics features available. Okay. So if I don't have it in draw passes, then what happens? Well, for one, I will no longer have anything here. Sure enough. So then, looks like it's time to go to this, which is the material override. I don't know whether I need to have stuff in draw passes. I just know that it wasn't doing what I wanted. Shading mode unshaded is probably still correct. Albedo. That's probably still correct. But what I need is to find where we're doing nearest neighbor sampling. That's fine. I'm looking for where it says draw mode. UV1, no. UV2, also no. Although, I say no, but that might just be my way to make a larger object. However, in the absence of a draw pass, I think it ain't doing nothing. We need to at least do that one. Ooh, property draw pass mesh. Huh. And then here's material override. Okay. Well, here's where I was getting my quad mesh before. And here's where we're getting the material. I don't think you can load a picture as material. Nope, nope, that's not the thing. Okay, so now we're in draw passes instead. We'll do a standard material. And albedo is where we go in search of that texture. So now we're loading our rock billboard texture. But again, in hopes of being able to draw it, not metallic, not worried about any of that. Doesn't have to be emitting, so that's fine. I think we can ignore all of this stuff. But, okay, so sampling. And no, it shouldn't be picking up shadows. Yes, it is a billboard. It's not an animated texture. I would like to animate it, but it is not an animated texture. This is texture related rather than what the particle does. That may or may not be relevant. That perhaps not so much. Local to scene we probably don't want because we want everything to share that one resource and use it. And apparently it's Millennium. So there's our material override. I keep looking for where I can draw it as add mode, and I'm not finding it. Okay, that's amusing. That's a little puzzling. Yeah, because there's going to be a place, unless there isn't, there's going to be a place where I can tell it that it's in add mode rather than replace or multiply mode. That's a whole separate mode. And my fire's going out. My fault for having these itty bitty pieces of wood. It's warming up a bit. Warming up enough that it's like 20 degrees out. That's 20 degrees more than there was this morning. I wonder whether turning it into a CPU particle system would help. It's a puzzle. Okay, where do I find material overlay? No. Cast shadow, no. Okay, can we go back up to the top and make this emit again? Oh my god. Now they're black blotches. That's super unhelpful. Yeah, how about you just keep firing and we'll watch from there. So what do I gotta do to make this thing start to behave? Here's pass 1. I do not know whether this is relevant in any way. Draw skin. I'm going to guess no, that's not relevant or helpful. Material override. Well, what if we don't have one? Oh, okay. There, now we have that, but it is not being drawn with add mode. Well, maybe I can do that with this. So there's our material. Ah, got there. Check it out. Transparency disabled. Alpha will not actually, oh, hang on a second. Alpha does change it. That is got an alpha channel after all. However, just giving it transparency isn't necessarily going to do what I'm looking for. So instead, we're talking about maybe not having there be transparency, but if we're drawing it in add mode, there. Now they look kind of ghostly, but they're meant to be like smoke and stuff. In fact, I'm going to want them to expand. Shading, unshaded. That's a little brighter. Disable all that stuff. Won't be needing it. Won't be needing that. Won't be needing specular. And then here's our color. And if we pull this back, it'll be closer to the brightness of the asteroids around them. Maybe I'll not disable fog. So albedo has now gone down. Don't need this. Don't need that. Might need this. Oh, interesting. Okay, didn't expect that. That is the texture mapping over the object itself. So that does not need to be 10. That returns to normal so they can be spherical in size. But then that only goes to show you that other things need to be changed. What about keep scale? That didn't do anything. It's not an animated texture. So what I'm looking to do is have these expand as they go. So it'll be a little bit like smoke. It'll be like a puff of something. I think it can also go slower. And I am wondering, that does nothing. It's fine. Draw order shouldn't actually matter with these. Transform a line. Not quite sure what that's going to do. No descriptions available. Really? Y to velocity. That didn't do anything. Z billboard to Y velocity. That's also not going to do anything. It's fine. So here's where stuff starts getting a little different. There's our lifetime randomness. So if I set this correctly, everything doesn't switch off at once. Align Y? Nope. Rotate Y? Nope. Damping is friction? Nope. Hey, Gwens. I am indeed working on particle effects. So here's where we're at. I need to set it to one shot again. And then emitting can go off. If we go back here, so I need to enlarge those a great deal because they're too small. But for the time being, I've got one of these instances. I don't have any more instances. I'm not scaling it with anything. But you can see some of that little sparkly stuff there. So I need to make those bigger, get them to be the right color, have them kind of overlap, because if they overlap, you'll more or less be able to see what's going on with them. See, it should be able to do that at all sizes, and it is currently not able to do that at all sizes. When it's able to go, it does it pretty nicely. Oh, look at that. So I think that was a visible particle effect that I just went right by. Time I do that, it leaves that. The reason I saw it is it was going away. And that's supposed to be firing off where I hit something, preferably something that's moving away from me so that it will reveal it very clearly. See, I flew right through it. I don't know why it refired, but it refired. With well. What needs to happen is the whole thing needs to be scaled up. Setting it to emitting seems to work. Let's see whether we can set it on the fly in some additional ways. Also, I don't know whether my volume scaling... Well, let's find out right away. Okay, so if this works, it's now not going to make any noise. Otherwise, I'm missing something. So, do we have silent explosions now? Yep. So I can turn that back up again. But I turned it down enough to not get in too much trouble with the distortion, because I've got a distortion effect built into there. So now that we're doing that, let's see whether we have any other access to stuff in here. What other options does GPU Particles 3D offer? I think not amount. If I resize the UV of the mesh, then it's just going to scale it up to where it's no longer a sphere. It'll scale it up to where it's a zoomed in thing on a little square, and I want to scale up the overall square. So I'm kind of looking at that from here. Those don't seem terribly relevant. Basis, maybe. Well, we could play with global transform. This notes global position, global rotation, and global scale. The node is going to be inside the tree. But do I want global? I feel like I want local. Local transform. Or are we simply not able to do that? There's bound to be a way of scaling this. I'm just not finding it right off the top of my head. Position, rotation. I'm looking for scale, but not finding it. It's like I'm stuck with these being always the same size, which is not really what I had in mind. Speed scale, that's not going to be visual scale. Is emitting, set draw order, set interpolate. So we're successfully firing this, but this poses some problems. What if I look for S for scale? Well, we do have global scale. Not to be confused with the scale property. Trouble is, I don't think we have the scale property. Ooh, we do so have the scale property. If you get scale, it's a vector. If you set it, we have to set it as a vector. I'm probably going to want vector 3, 1. times. Funnily enough, that might be accurate. Let's find out. Oh. Alrighty. So we just did something aggressive with it. Did it make it way bigger? One way to find out. I'm not sure if that counts as way bigger. Unless we made it scale up so much that it's invisible. We may have scaled it up so much it becomes invisible. What happens if we set the scale to vector 3, 1? Surely that's what it already was, at which point we'll be able to see it again. If that works. If that works. Saw it. You can't see it very well, mind you, but see that guy's going away. That's what I was looking to see. Just everything is moving a little bit wrong. Okay. So set scale vector 3, 1 is that big. If we don't go too crazy with rock size like that, but just do a fixed scale, I'm hoping to be able to scale it to the size of whatever rock I'm shooting. But since we're not doing that yet, we're now going to see whether it became an explosion size that was much bigger than it was before. Okay, it exploded bigger and farther, but it did not scale up the size of the particles. Is that because I have a particle set to like global somehow? One shot, that's the chip. Lifetime randomness, that's fine. I'm going to want to slow down the motion too. Inherent velocity ratio. If I do that, I probably, well, no, this is the way to do it. Here's the way to do it. We can slow this right down. That becomes nothing. So at that point, they do not move at all. We'll set it to fixed speed. That seems to chip. We can make tons of particles because they're all very simple. And have it one shot off so I can see what it's doing. There we go. So I want to make all of those spheres bigger. But there's another option for how to do that. And I think that wasn't it, but I'm basically trying to make it go smaller so that it's these larger spheres that are overlapping each other a lot more. And then I can scale the whole thing up as I go. That's the hope anyhow. That's the idea. So, ooh, emission shape scale. Okay, that's amusing. Now we have a spacey effect because we're spawning everything on the surface of a sphere, but the directions are still completely random. And that is not what it would want to be. So let's have it be point. Here's our angle stuff. I don't think I need to use this. Inherent velocity ratio. That's not really doing anything. So if we dial this right the heck back down again, now we have like a micro texture. So in theory, if we scale this up crazily, it'll be overlapping to the point where it can be seen as a sort of explodey cloud of pixels and noise. So animated velocity, directional velocity. What do we got here? Okay, that didn't do what I thought it was gonna. Let's reset it. Radial velocity. Well, can we make is that? Wow. Okay, that was impressive. Not what I had in mind, but it's impressive. So initial velocity is basically what I was looking to do. This all is clearly doing lots. So orbit velocity. What's orbit velocity even mean? Apparently not much. We'll put that back. I could theoretically go and make a velocity curve. It's not necessarily what I'm looking to do, though. What I would really like to do is make all of these circles expand as they go. Radial Excel. I believe that is making them twirl as they go. Or something. Oh, interesting. That's kind of neat. My idea is maybe I can make this scale up, because the previous thing was scaling it up pretty effectively. And that is making a sort of churny visual effect going on, so that seems cool. Tangential, damping, attractor, display, aha. Haha. Scale over velocity. Well, that ain't doing anything. Never mind, let's reset that. Let's instead look at scale. What do we got here? Display scale is doing nada. So that's not acting at this time. What's turbulence do? Oh, turbulence makes everything stop. And a flow pattern is what this is creating. Well, it is kind of going in different directions. Unfortunately, I don't think that's actually very useful. And it seems to be kind of costly. Let's make it go away again. And this stuff is working okay. So if we then darken the color even more, the question remains, that's an explosion looking thing. And it's a very small bitmapped sphere looking thing. So far so good. That's fine. We're not going to do a detail overlay. That scale expands it outwards beyond the boundaries of the rectangle it's in. So that's no good. Sampling. That's going to make it blurrier. I'd rather make it a little sparkly looking. Shadows. Oh, and I feel like we don't need repeat because we're sticking entirely within the boundaries of this texture, just scaling it up. As far as disable receive shadows, that would be correct. And billboard mode, yeah, see, now they're all sideways. We don't want that. I think particle or enabled. What happens when I do keep scale? Nothing. Okay. Grow, but that's grow is mesh oriented. Grow is take the angles of the mesh and step them outwards just a little bit. Transform. Well, that changed nothing. Proximity fade. I feel like that's not doing anything. Okay, so close up you can see it, farther away you cannot. Not exactly anything I need. Distance fade. Ooh, Well, that says something, but it's not nice. I saw this before. This is like that Obra Dinn effect, honestly. So we don't want that. And it's not local to scene because we might end up having lots of them. Flip faces only means you don't get to see it. And then none of that's doing anything. Let's go back and see what we've got. I do need to go and change it so that it is not doing constant explodies. We want to fire it once. Also, the trouble with this being in only one place is that we are re-triggering it, I think. So sometimes we simply don't get to see the explodies at all. That'll be fixed when I'm able to instantiate more than one of them. Okay, that's very small. But it's sort of in the gist of where things need to be. So, 10 times as big as it was. What does that give us? Does that give us a bigger splodey? Not exactly, no. It's over a bigger area, but those are exactly the same size. I don't like it. See, it's over a bigger area, but they're still the same damn size. I'm not able to scale up the size of that mesh. unless I get to literally go and scale up the size of the mesh. Let's find out about that. Let's find out about that. That would involve something not dissimilar to this. But now I'm looking for the mesh. We're doing it in the draw pass. I don't think I need to set it like that. We're going to say that's the first pass. And then do we get to resize it from here? That's a good question. And I do not know what the answer is. Yeah, because you see what's happening is I'm rescaling it, but we do not get to rescale the size of those tiny dots. And that's what I need to resize. But if I do it from within the render pass, all I'm doing is scaling it up outside of the rectangle that it's contained within. So there's a problem. And we don't get to do that. So yeah, maybe not that. So we're setting scale, and we can set the scale to whatever. That makes the overall area expand. Also, just cool enough. I'd like to throw another log on that fire. Let's keep that going. It will eventually get warmer. That day has not yet arrived. We'll get there. Also, bear in mind my idea, although I did successfully reset the volume of the explosions, so I've got control of that. That part's cool. But I was going to make multiple instances of them, and I'm not sure quite how I'm going to go about doing it. It gives one furiously to think. Oh, look, this part appeared again. Might as well, let's go and see whether anybody knows how to do this thing in the internets. I too am, okay, keep scale. Looks like in this case, I have to tell it to keep scale, and then maybe I can do that and it will follow. I don't have the, cool. So I too am using a quad mesh with a particle billboard material. I do want to scale it, so I need to put it to keep scale, and then maybe when I adjust that part, it'll follow. Because I do indeed have set scale going on. Let's see. Here, let's make that scale. So we want to make this poof of stuff expand outwards. It can be super dense too. What's amount ratio even mean? Huh. Okay, so that's not useful. Dum-de-dum-de-dum. Don't need to change this. Don't need to change that. Although I do wonder. There was something in there where you could have it be kind of in different directions. I don't think this was it. Okay, keep scale, keep scale. We're looking for keep scale. It's going to be in here somewhere. It might be the secret to being able to make this track. Billboard, keep scale. Okay. Having turned that on, look at this jitter around. A new version of Godot, it's jittering around when I do stuff. We have now made it so we can scale up. We're scaling up by 40. Oh my god, I'm getting run over by rocks. The rocks are bouncing around. So if I fire behind one, okay, and I've got it set to loop. That is not keep it scaled the way I would have hoped. This is where that sound was left. So I need to make those circles bigger. We need to scale the circles up along with everything else, and that is failing to happen. So if we don't do this, it's going to start as a little tiny thing that will expand outwards the way that we're seeing. So now if I fly over to one that is receding, it has not disappeared, then I get to see the explosion, which will be repeating as well, by the way. I feel like that might have just disappeared. Let's fly in underneath this fella, which is moving away from us enough. Yeah. So that little cluster, I want that to expand. I want that to be bigger. Scaling the overall thing is just scaling it without affecting the size of those little sparkles. Those need to be bigger. They need to scale up to the size of even a very big rock. The question is how? Keep scale does not seem to have done it. Oh, interesting. We can do fixed size. What's that even mean? Oh, okay. Fixed size means it always gets drawn at this size no matter what you do with it. So you zoom right out and it still takes up this amount of space on the screen. That's terrible. We're not going to do that. Ooh, interesting. Okay, render point. Well, I don't think I'm point-based. I think I'm triangle-based. And I'm pretty sure particle trails isn't what I'm looking for either. Don't think that's it. Don't think that's it. Maybe this has something to do with what we're looking for. Resource? No. Although, there's something here. Millennium. So that's the quad mesh we're creating then. Well, what if we had particle billboard? Does that change things? I guess one way to quickly find out. See, I would have thought that wouldn't matter. Okay, that's the explosion I was looking for, more or less. But it needs to scale up to be this big. And we're not able to scale it without making those tiny dots. See, if we were real close, it would look like that. That would be a cool effect. It's got a thing to it. My problem is that we scale it up, and then I stop getting that effect, and the dots just go farther. Whereas I need to scale those dots up to be like this big. And I can fade them out, and then we'll have a little cloud. So that's a problem. Well, what other things could be done here? We already know that ain't gonna work, so alrighty, what else can we do? Well, we're doing draw pass 1. I'm assuming that's going to be a thing. That's an override. That doesn't register. That doesn't register. Don't need to worry about trails. We're not doing trails. I don't think I have global scale. What if I was to alter global basis? Oh, shear of this node in global space? Well, I don't think that's correct. So it's basis of global transform. Do I have transform on this? Maybe I do. Let's find out. Okay. So that scales it. Also, I can scale it locally, but I'm not sure that's what I want. And then I'm going to be taking this stuff from here, which is going to be about the same as it was. But this is now a different way of doing it. the ECU, I did not need you to correct me for how I want this stuff laid out. Okay, so set scale just makes it expand without scaling the graphics inside. What I'm looking to do is make everything scale up, including the graphics inside, rather than just the space that they are operating in. See what we got. Oh, that just disappeared. We're calling very aggressively here. Okay. That super did not change this in the slightest. This is still as tiny as it was when it started. It's doing a nice job of repositioning it, though. That's what it was supposed to do. But I'm looking to have an effect like this in 3D space, kind of surrounding the explodies. If the explodies get to be like this, and I'm going to want lots of those little clouds bursting out from everywhere. If I can get that going, I can tune it to make it look real cool. However, we are not quite there yet, are we? So, set scale doesn't help, although it can make everything go flying. Transform doesn't do anything, apparently. Back to Google's. Back to Google. Somebody was running into the problem that I had. Dum-dum-dum. People were running into that problem. No, I didn't actually ask you to make all of that typing go away again. Scaling the particles in the settings. Oh, well, fair. Okay, so what they're saying is when we instantiate this, you have to scale it in the settings because you don't get to scale them after the fact, but I shouldn't need to scale it after the fact. That would not be, and I can't be rescaling the particle texture size. I like that the way it is. So, particle settings. That's the same problem. Here's my lovely GitHub, which now doesn't draw nicely anymore. But I get to see this part anyhow. Da-da. Quad mesh, change it to billboard, scale isn't affecting it anymore. Fair. Okay, duplicate, duplicate, particle billboards, duplicate of that. Let's go to that. Again, my lovely GitHub rendering. Yay. I'm still looking for how I can make these particles render way, 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 way bigger. It's going to be very low res, but I don't mind. That's actually good. It'll be fine. It's yet another person with the same problem. This is a common problem. I guess the next thing to look at is, what if I go here and we do in fact have this emitting. Region being visible. Let's reset that. See? I think that's fine. I did wrong by setting it to 1. But here, particle process material, emission shape scale, so that's the location. Emitting from a point shouldn't change this in the slightest, so that's all well and good. Emitting from a sphere, it's just kind of a mess. It lets things go in the wrong directions, so let's put it back to point. Angle, fine. Velocity, fine. So far everything's fine, except for we're having problems here. Do we get to scale the point sizes? Oh, aha. Alrighty, that's looking better. Neat. Display scale. Okay. Let's jump into here and see if we can do display scale. So where did I find that? Process material display scale. I'm completely fine with having this be set before hitting spawn. No problem there. But it does need to be able to do it, and now it looks like that's a way of doing it. And I got it at 1 for the moment, but it looks like I get to make it go bigger. And that's not how we do it. I see is displayed folded. Don't tell me you can't set this in code. That'd be terrible. We can't go directly to that, but process material. So let's try to start addressing particle process material, because that's what we get to change the scale of. Where do we go through doing that? Process material, particle process material. So we need to get that from the particle system. Only then can we refer to internal parts of it. We should only have 1. No parameters. Having done this, now we should have access to some of this stuff in here. For instance, let's see if anything regarding this. No, apparently not. Well, maybe rather than get process material, we need to refer to the process material more directly. Okay, now do we have access to display? No. So what do we have to do in order to get access? Can we pull a process material out of this? Let's try this again. Okay. Well then, let's see if we can get a process material rather than the actual node. We're going through the node, but we're going towards a process material. Let's try this. Oh, now we can't. Huh. Let's do it in 2 steps. Does that work? No. Ooh, but maybe it will if I put this other crap back. So we just lost some of that through the completion. If I take this and put this here, in theory I should be able to get node and get process material, but it is not going to let me do that, is it? But I can't do get node particle process material because it doesn't like that either. Well, that should be returning something. We've also got this going on, but it's not helping. Nor is that. Can we define anything as a particle process material, or is that the part that is forbidden? No, that's okay. That's okay. That is a property. But it doesn't let us do it like that. Weirdly, it's expecting a semicolon, and there is one right there. So that seems odd. Do we need to expand it further? In here, do we have process material showing up as one of the results of one of these things? I think we have to look right up at the top. Get next path gives us a material. Get produces stuff of some kind. I don't think that's helpful though. Boy. There may be ways of fussing with it. Emission shape parameters. I don't know if that's going to be the thing. I found some of it. So if we go here, emission shape, offset, and scale. Is not altering that. And the reason is my emission shape is a point. So it doesn't actually care. But here's the thing. Display scale, well, this might actually be more in line with what I'm seeking. There is still a problem. So now we have that being much bigger. And we've deleted all the stuff that doesn't work. So in theory, the noise startled me. See, we can make that be bigger, but it is not itself scaling the way it needs to be. And I am pretty sure that that is going to give me a consistent effect where, like, I can make it do its thing, and if I scale the rest of it, it's going to be over here now, but it seems to be taking a while to get clear of inside that rock. I feel like I should be seeing it. Hang on. There it is. So my problem is now I can scale that, but I don't appear to be able to scale it from code. And I do know that I can scale up and down the way that it moves. That might be enough. I guess it's time to find out. So I made the dot be 40 times the size. Now I'm making the area be 40 times the size. Oh, it despawned before I hit it. Huh. And that's what I would expect to see happening. It's going to be one shot, of course, but one shot, that would be a relatively decent way for that to work. But I've been wanting to, also I would like it if it tried a little harder to catch up, but that's fine. And I'd basically want the particles to go farther based on how big it is. So we do have the ability to do a bit of that. Having it repeat like that is helping with some of the problems. So, let's take this part. There. Now we're scaling up according to rock size, but rock size squared, so that might be excessive. But if I can get the size right, then that would be pretty cool. That is a big ol' explosion. It's throwing virtual rocks in my face. A little disconcerting. Okay, now let's go for smaller ones and see how well that reacts. Okay, that's still a pretty large rock. What if I pick a huge one? I'm going to say that's so big that you can't even see it. My scaling is not perfect here. Yeah, see, you can sort of see where it's coming from, but I don't need to be scaling by rock size squared. We'll try rock size all by itself and see if it's any happier with that. But this is starting to get into the zone. I also may be able to do something amusing with other parameters like the number of particles that are emitted. So let's give that a try. We will take this part away and go for something else, such as amount in one emission cycle. And we'll set it to rock size, because that is a fairly largish number. And we'll see what it does now that we've scaled down the velocity of it. We've kept the size pretty large, but perhaps not large enough. Yeah, no, it needs to go farther than that. But we do have a pretty good density there. Smaller one. It's a little more fugitive. Smaller still. Smaller still. Oh, that wouldn't be spawned. That's moving fast enough. Okay, that didn't actually create anything. I don't know why. Maybe its size was too small. Come on. Yeah, so those, they're not moving around much at all. But the way they layer, that's more or less acceptable. Just a little bright. I could maybe even scale down that number a little bit. And then see, a big one like that should be expanding outwards further. Although that did, oh no it did. There it is. So why is it taking so long to appear? Should be reseed, sucker. We should be seeing more of these, and we're not. Although granted, I keep restarting it. Oh look, there's one way the hell off there. I don't know what makes it show up there. Are you not able to move? Well, it stopped being there anyhow. It's relaunching all the time, and that's part of what's going on. So how about setting the scale directly? And that's going to make it go farther. And then amount may not need to be directly rock size. Well, first let's try this. We've made them go farther. The hope is shooting a really large rock, the zaps go flying out from around the outside edge. Lovely. Okay, that's starting to look real nice. And I like the numbers. That only has to happen once. Lovely. Lovely. Including the numbers that are being fired. Lovely. I could probably divide that by 2 and be fine. Let's try it. Let's try that. Let's divide it by 2, and then we should be good. Okay, doesn't need to go out that far, but we're in the right track. Okay, it didn't catch up to that one. Or that one. Yeah, it's not moving, it's still there. However, that time it did. Yeah, it doesn't need to go quite that far, but pointing this direction, we are actually getting it to update, so that's cool. So the size this is happening in is larger than it needs to be. And here's where we're adjusting it all, so I could take it down to smaller, like 16 maybe. Ooh, we get randomness. That's kind of cool. I'd like it to expand as it goes, but that may be too hard. Ooh, no, it's not. This is perfect. Scale texture. Why, yes, please give me a curved texture. I will demonstrate it as such. So width, that's fine. Texture mode, that's fine. Curve. Lovely. Awesome. Does it have to follow that? Then domain. Big resolution. Well, that's fine. And there's my points. Ah, that's what I wanted. Bezier curves. Check it out. So if I create another point, set it in the middle, and have it be a straighter angle, I'm thinking the very central bit can have a bit of a kick to it. But then the very end needs to be a pretty stable direction. Lovely. And what does scale over velocity do? Nothing I need so much. Alrighty. So there we have a explodey looking thing. And let's see, we've got variations in scale. That might not be needful. We could do with a little more velocity though. Spread is good, initial velocity. This can make it be less of a plain sphere looking thing. See, now it's going in a bunch of different directions, so it's not quite as consistent. Having done that, let's go back over to here and see what it looks like in play. And then I am going to have to fuss with it further. Okay, that's too much. But the sizes, those aren't bad. So what's basically happened is just my velocity scaling has become way too aggressive. And I bet I know what I can do to fix that. So we made it do this, but everything else is designed around initial velocity not being 10. What happens if we have directional velocity then? Not much. What about our angular velocity? Well, shucks, that's kind of cool. We get to rotate. That could work. That has something, that has an effect. That's not garbage. Orbit velocity, no. Radial velocity, no. Velocity limit, actually, no. Accelerations. No, and I think no. So here's our scale curve. This part looks fine. So where I was going wrong was there was something to do with velocity that I had made be 1 to 10. It's now not 1 to 10. So let's see whether that fixed one of the problems I was having. Look, a rock. Oh, no, it despawned. Look, a rock. So are we not reassigning unless I'm facing a certain direction? Oh, and that despawned too. Ooh, or is it not correctly locating the position of the thing when it is actually colliding? I bet that's it. I bet that's it. When it's colliding with something beyond the actual position. Yeah, there we go. And now we got to ramp up the velocities and sizes a little bit more. But some of this is starting to come into shape. Gotten past that. So I had this higher than it started. I had this bigger. Scale, this is what I had bigger. Ah, it gave me 32 by 32. So this is going to be randomized min or max. There's my curve texture. Okay, so can only be assigned in the inspector. Alrighty. Well, it didn't like that much, did it? There you go. There. Now that's bigger, although I do not have the velocity doing anything very interesting. Probably because I've set initial spread is fine, but velocity is now nothing. So if we start ramping that up, that does nothing. That, on the other hand, is doing something. Angle curve, inherit velocity ratio, that might be amusing. What if we inherit all the velocity? What do we got then? And does this start going in a direction? No, apparently not. Ooh, but it wants a default direction, and then we have a bunch of other stuff happening. So, spread and flatness. So I wonder what that's going to do. Can but try. Amount is still rock size divided by 2. So that's not terrible. We are an extremely large object now. Speaking of extremely large, let's go and find an enormous rock and shoot at that. And again, there is a catch. Here's the catch. If I'm firing past the boundaries of the universe, where I'm actually hitting is there. So we got good density, but the scaling could be better. And that density might be a little much even for such a large rock. Oh, and that is past the boundary. So what I do is I look behind me somewhere, and that's where I will see the actual explosion. Because if I'm shooting at stuff that is beyond the range, like I'm shooting past the outside boundaries of the universe, so if I go through, or maybe I'm just missing, nope, there it is. There it is. See, this is where the world actually is. And there I go, missing literally everything. I feel like it doesn't always work. That time it did. And it just stopped, huh? I'm looking for it to be a one-shot, but I'm expecting, since it's not set to a one-shot, that part should at least work. Although granted, I can deal with having this not constantly operate. So let's see whether we can scale it differently. Mid-sized ones aren't actually working quite right. Also, give me a second. The never-ending Carwood follies. It's not going to be quite as intense as it is today, because we're just coming off of that big snowstorm, and it came with extremely cold temperatures. So we're sort of still getting over those. That ought to do. That ought to do. Let's jump on in here. What happens if we duplicate this? Because you see, scaling this will cause the particles to go flying aggressively. And then scaling it back by this stops them from doing that. And if we have it being a very, very bright color, I can simply turn the alpha down. It's still being drawn using add. See, there we go. That looks to be about the right size. It's not changing all that much, though. You can do with being a little darker. Missed that point. Come on. I see you. Oh no, it just disappeared. How about you? How did I miss that? There we go. I would like to randomize this a little more than it is. But if I make it be darker rather than this bright, and if I make it be one shot, that's a pretty good variation on special effect, making it look like something's blowed up. Here's a very big rock. Ah, but is it beyond the range? If so, yep, it just made a rock there. That's going to require some solving. I'm not quite sure how to solve that yet. That's better. That's probably good. In fact, we can scale all of this down a bit, I think. Yeah, if that's a lot darker and one shot, that's not half bad. Let's do some of those things. I also feel I can make it a tiny bit smaller. Hey, Terrio. We've got that as, oh, and I've set it to flatness of 1. I think that's part of what was causing that behavior. I do like spread being what it is. So, angular velocity. This is how much it's twirling. I mean, it can twirl, but it doesn't have to twirl that aggressively. Okay, so here's my scale. Doesn't need to scale all the way up to 64. If it's this size, they're all the same size. And then the curve is always going to act the same way. We'll make that a little flatter, maybe. And then here's where we start to get, there's our blend mode add. Here's our albedo. Here's where we can make it be a much smaller thing, but it will kind of sparkle a little bit as it goes. Do I have it set to nearest neighbor? Yes, I do. I don't think I really need to do repeat, although I'm not sure that hurts. Linear will make it more soft and fuzzy. I'm not sure what nearest bitmap is going to have it do. And I can always make a custom texture for this. I don't have to be using this exact texture. But if we do, oh, and I forgot, let's go all the way to the top and make it be a one-shot. There. So what remains to be done here is I need to be able to make it position So So here's what's causing this to not always show up. I'll be firing past the boundaries of the known universe, at which point, if we go beyond those bounds, it will wrap to inside the universe again, to collide with stuff that we can literally see on the screen. But if we're looking past that boundary, what we're actually seeing is this, phantom zap. And if we've instantiated a phantom zap, we need to make the special effect and the sound happen at the position of phantom zap rather than the one that's actually doing the colliding. Effectively, the shot is firing through a wrap around the edge of the world. And if it has done that, it will have a exist count of less than it started with. And it will have a phantom zap associated with it, which we need to fire the special effect at the location of. So it basically needs to keep track of an object and its position. Meaning that we need to have everything in Zap also keep track of its phantom zap position. So let's see what we can do about that. I don't know if it needs to be public. Might need to be public. So pzap. So we're going to assume there's one of those for each one of these. Maybe it can be private. I'm not sure it can be private. And it's also going to have to move. So we need to hold on to the instance. So that stuff kind of has to live in ready, which makes it a little more complicated. And this is what we have to track somehow. Mind you, maybe Because see, here's the deal. So we're doing that. So we free the zap immediately if that happens. But then we're spawning stuff in the position of the original rock that's being destroyed, which seems correct. That seems like that's working the way it's meant to. The trouble is, essentially what we need to do is spawn the explosion and the sound in the position of one of the instances being drawn as just a visual representation. Until that's done, this is not going to work as intended. So that's interesting. That said, one thing we can do is start along that path by doing this. Oh, that's not going to work, is it? Well, oh no, wait, no, this is what I'm trying to assign. What I'm going to want to do is go from this, and that's thoroughly doable. Cool. So that position is fine. Ooh, I need to, how am I, oh, okay, never mind. The reason I'm not updating the position of GPU particles is because GPU particles is parented to Roxanne. So that part's fine. We do not have a problem with that. Also, I'm just going to take a moment and see what happens if I make there be more of an amount. And let's see what we got there. There, now the explosion happens at the point of impact. Unless it didn't. See, the point of impact, it is actually in front of the rock. It just disappeared. So I would not mind having that appear seemingly inside the new rocks that get spawned, which it's not going to do. Here I'm firing through the boundaries of the universe again, but if I approach, there we go. And then if I instance this, I'll be able to have more than one of them happening at once. Oh, and that one just despawned as well. A lot of these are despawning. It's fighting very, very hard to not lose frames, and I don't feel it needs to fight quite as hard as this. Also, I know I don't have that texture doing anything, so I might make the explosions a little sparklier. And I can do that by boosting the contrast of that little sphere-looking texture. Because it's fairly low contrast, so things aren't overlaying on top of each other to produce a particularly bright color. Come on, you. Okay, getting there. I'm not thrilled by the not exploding in... I wonder if I can... Maybe I can extend it by taking the velocity and expanding it from there. Let's see. I would like to have that explosion seem to be happening from farther back. So... not direction 2, but... forward 2 by the fixed delta amount. I do have to include the vector. There's not much to that background music. That's why it's the way it is. It evolves and changes a little tiny bit, but there's not really that much to it. I would call it forgettable. You shouldn't be stuck with it. There's nothing much there. So let's see. Vector 2 is going to be collided velocity. Linear velocity by delta. Let's chase delta. I know what that is. Okay, not a worry. No, not that, but and that's quicker and might just be correct. Let's see how this works now. Our shots go very fast. So, in theory, this might just work. On the other hand, maybe it's just made it not register at all. I should at least sometimes see that explodey effect. But I am not seeing it, no matter what direction I turn. Is velocity squared too big? I think velocity squared might be too big. So the direction is the direction of collided linear velocity. So that's the direction of the shot. So it should go through and into the rock. And then I feel like collided linear velocity length squared was simply too much. So we're offsetting it way past where the impact is. I'm trying to only offset it a little ways. Excuse me. Let's see about scaling it back to linear velocity length. If that doesn't work, I'll scale it back to like 1 or something. Or the square root of the length. Something like that. What do we got? Okay, I saw something there. It's a one-shot still. I saw something there. That is a teleport firing past the boundaries of the universe, so I'm seeing where it arrives. Big one. interesting. So collided linear velocity, not actually helpful. Not as helpful as I'd thought. Position moved towards linear velocity should be the right direction. Length, on the other hand, very much not okay. So maybe I'm still multiplying it by too much. Let's multiply it by 1. We move towards linear velocity times exactly 1. Checking on my wood stove. Burning hot, but it seems to be going fine. Checking on nearby rocks. Here's one. Okay, that's closer to what I had in mind. It does look more like dust in this circumstance, but there's ways of fixing that. So there you have it. Basically okay. Here's a bigger one. We are not actually offsetting to where it's happening inside the rock that's exploding. It's still happening in front of it. Although, I'm hearing a funny noise, like a machine running. Tell you what, I'm going to run off real quick and rinse out my coffee cup. I promise not to put more coffee in it. Yeah, so if linear velocity is still too much less linear velocity squared, well, we don't run this constantly, so why don't we try the square root of linear velocity and see what that does instead? And I think we're in double land or something. So length is going to give me a float, but I guess math does not. And now we're good. Alrighty, so rather than 1 that doesn't do anything, or length, which apparently is way too far, we're going to scale it back. Simply the point of impact, but I could simply do a point of impact and that would be more or less okay. Sometimes it does not seem to be actually working that way though. Like that's not exactly where I aimed, was it? And that just straight up missed, so try again. See, it's a little tiny bit off. It's a very close one, and that's like right at the bottom of my screen, so that's no good at all. it's not working. But in some ways, it's okay. Oh, I just thought of something that I could do. Rather than moving, why am I moving? I bet I know. The position, moving towards collided linear velocity doesn't actually make any sense. Let's move towards the position of the object. That's the position of the rock that we are exploding. It hasn't been dispelled yet. So if we move towards that by something, then maybe that's going to work a little bit better. Let's find out. Okay. Okay. So ideally, the explosion appears sort of inside the rocks that are being blown up. I'm willing to say that's closer than it was. Ping. Oh, I missed. Come on, you. What's it gonna take? Got it. Well, that didn't even register at all. They're having some difficulties making things blow up. Try that one. That's more or less what I had in mind. I do believe we can make the velocity of this stuff expand more in a bit. So volume and linear, that's fine. Set scale is how fast everything blows up, and I've got that dialed quite a bit back. Let's try dividing that by 2. We're still doing rock size times rock size, but then we're also making it a little bit smaller. Ah, that was behind the rock. Excellent. Lovely. That's what I wanted to see happen. And now on towards the biggest rock of them all. And one of them buzzed me in the head, but I got some more points, so we're good. I still feel like that's not moving as far as it could. Let's go to set scale, rock size times rock size, and not pull it back at all. And amount, well, we could dial that back a bit. Maybe I need to scale it up more. Or maybe I simply don't have velocity happening in here. Do we not have... Did I take away the randomized velocity? On. And not one shot. There. So can we get this going in more directions? Explosiveness, good. Randomness, good. Like, what if we have a really long lifetime? What does interrupt and even mean? Oh. some fancy stuff. We don't need to preprocess. That'll start crunching data more in a bit. Speed scale. Well, are they going anywhere though? No, that's just how fast it's going. We're fine. So drawing, process materials, lifetime randomness. Well, this is at least showing me that they are not moving in distinct directions, and that's one of the things that would be altered. So what happens if we have initial velocity doing something different? Ah, just what I thought might happen. Cool, so we need a little bit of that. That's way too much, but we need a little bit of it. And not negative either. Okay, that's fine. I feel like that could continue to be more. The direction should be thoroughly randomized at this stage. So 2 to 4 maybe? Well, let's see what we got. Also, now I have it repeating again. Okay, I think I'm pointing away from the world. Oh, maybe I've got it. I'm expanding it too much. And at this stage, they're just flying off as rapidly as possible, and I can't see any of them because I've got it cranked up way too high. So what would happen if that was the case? God, excuse me. Well, let's leave the amount higher. Scale, that should be about right. Rest of this won't do anything. So if I have this initial velocity go down to 0 and up to 1, well, that's not going nearly as far. And then if I scale everything, which I am indeed scaling everything, directional velocity is also why do you say -0? Because you say -0. Fine. So hit save. Let's see where we're at. Still haven't got the instancing. Maybe I can get that by the end of the day. So my feeling here is by adding velocity, the velocity is going too fast. Oh, no. I got something, but oh no, look at how far it's going. Look at how far it's going. So yeah, adding that took it way farther than it should have. We can do that, but then the special effects are going so far past where they should that it's unreal. So leave this part alone. Go back into here. We don't get to see it happening here. It's not showing there. But the place where I just changed it, and I'm guessing it's going to be that, and I don't know if directional velocity plays any role here. So initial velocity back to 0, I'm looking for whether initial velocity is the one I'm looking to. Also, we can see what it does if we make it be flatter. That might have a useful effect. These are flat disks after all. So maybe it would help having them not actually be moving in 3D space quite too freely. Okay, so initial velocity is back to 0. Yep. Okay, we have a very long decay, more than we had before. So we don't need as many of these overlaid. We don't need it to be one shot like that. It does need to scale more, but this effectively stopped it from going too far, so therefore initial velocity can go from 0 to a much tinier number. We'll try 0.01. It's not going to show here, but maybe it'll show in game. And then here's set scale. This is another thing that alters. And yeah, density is too high. Let's divide it by 3 this time. I'm looking for some of these splodies to go off in different directions, much like that, actually. That's exactly what I'm looking to see happen. It's just happening a little too much, is all. See, we can see them going all over everywhere. But this is giving the basic correct result. Oh, I think I'm pointing the wrong way. Oh, now surely that is something. There should have been a splodey in there, but maybe not. Anywhere that I am shooting past the boundaries of the world is going to be a situation where I might not see the special effect there. See, there we're at the same location. I feel like I don't need it to be 4 seconds of delay. And see how far those went? I'm going to dial it back a little bit. They need to have some spread, but not maybe as much as that. See how they're going off in all the directions? If they're going off in all the directions like that so much, then they don't actually even get to overlap, so you can't see them. Therefore, back over to here. We're not getting it displayed at this stage. Our duration is way too slow now because I changed it to 4 seconds, and we're going to stick to 1 second. I'd love to be able to make it fade out, but I don't think that I can do that. And then initial velocity, much, much smaller than that. And everything gets to have a little tiny amount. So 3. Oh no, that just reverted to 0, didn't it? Okay. How about 2? No, that reverted to 0 as well. Well, that's a bit annoying. Well, if I leave that there, so I get to do 001, but I don't think I get to do anything smaller than that, which is a bit of a problem. Oh, no, that's 005. It didn't let me have the other 0. 005? No. Okay. So if I use this, it goes a little too hard. I don't feel I get to override that. That's unfortunate. But velocity 1, direction 1, what if Direction 001. What if that? And then I could also have inherit velocity. Start at 0. And let's see what we can make happen by dialing bits of it back. Seeing as we don't get to dial back the part that matters. Okay. Still repeating. So that's looking better. It's just ending up being too large, but that can be dealt with. Oh, it despawned. That can be dealt with. So, set scale. Half as big as that. Amount, slightly more than that. And let's go back in and make it be one shot again. And we're overriding amount, so that doesn't matter. And the explosiveness, they're all being launched at the beginning. Although, what if it's not quite? Also, what's this? Randomness ratio. And we're not interpolating, and we're not doing that stuff, and we're not colliding, so let's see where we're at. Also, I am honestly very tempted at this stage to try to work on the contrast of that little fellow. Let's just fire up Affinity Photo here, jump in and see if we can make that a little contrasty, because we are no longer attempting to use it as a billboard for anything else. We are instancing stuff with the physics engine. So let's see, Godot projects, counterpart, sure enough, here we are. And this is indeed the one that we're using, so how's about throwing some levels? Darker. And brighter. Honestly, we don't need for it to look, well, maybe it'll help a little bit because it does look a little bit like an asteroid. We'll just make the black and white levels go to the extremes. And merge. Can't hurt. Can't hurt. And I think I just saved, but I'm not sure that did it. Maybe I have to export. Huh? Might be fine. Save as. So I feel like that might be trying to save it as an Affinity document. So let's instead look for exports that are PNG exports. There's one. And now we have to go to where the folder lives. So, dum-de-dum. There we go. Goes in here. Yes, I do want to replace that. That should be good. Okay, re-importing that asset. Cool, cool. No changes in setting there. Now what do we got? It'll be more contrasty, so we might be in with an interesting thing. Yeah, that's contrast here. interesting. Why is it? Oh, because it's making particles. The particle system is moving around. So I can do this. It's moving between emitting particles. And that is because I don't have it as complete explosiveness. So that's kind of neat. I still wish it was a little farther back, but it's all right. Sometimes it's far back enough. The hope is that registers behind. Oh, and I like that spread. That was a good spread. Here's a very big rock. However, I think I'm firing through the bounds of space. There we are. Now we are within the bounds. Doesn't always register. Oh, I got hit with a big rock. It's not quite as deadly as you might consider it to be. Oh, lovely, okay. Now, if that was just a little farther back, perfect. I'd like that to be coming out from behind the rock that's being replaced with smaller rocks. But, all in all, pretty cool. And I'm loving the way that it is actually able to register additional explosions simply because it is no longer attempting to have explosiveness be see 16. So explosiveness, speed scale. If we don't have any explosiveness, what does that do to it? What do we get if we have this? Does it start firing them off in a funny sequence? Like bit. One way to find out. Okay, I didn't see anything there. Up, there we go. Okay, so that did fire. And all of those would have exploded better had they, and I like that some of that came from behind the rock. That's what I was hoping to see. I don't want all the explosions to seem to come from in front of what's exploding, because that seems wrong. Hey, Erwin. So what was I doing to make that happen? Well, I was doing collider position move towards position by happens I was using the square root of length. That seems to be giving me the correct direction. So let's just try using linear velocity length and see if that runs any better. Because with this, in theory, we can put it behind the rock that's blowing up. That's the effect I'd like to see happening. Oh yeah. That's what I'm talking about. Okay. So sometimes you see it, but most of the time. Let's go for a really large rock. pause for a moment. So I'm going to let this continue to go. We're going to see whether I get hit by a rock, because at least it's making a noise. And I'm going to go and throw out my cheese for tacos and warm up my oven, and I'll be right back. This time I'm only 4:05 for doing that, so that's not too bad. Okay. Let's do a little more firewood while we're at it. Can't hurt. Well, it would hurt if I touched the stove, but it's not going to hurt if I put firewood in correctly. That seems very doable, so let's do the doable thing. Also, I think that kettle up on top there is out of water. Be a good idea to throw some water in there. Oh yeah. I do have my water bottle. Okay, I'll get that started. Throw a little bit more in so the temperature settles. There's a wood stove. Look at that. That's some serious warm right there. So here's what we did today. We can do this. Now can I, in the last of stream, as in 50 minutes of stream. I confess, I'm curious, can I make this... Oh. What happens if I try to do this? Granted, it's still not tracking stuff beyond the limits, but... Okay, that's an explosion that's well behind. That was in front, though. Stopping me from making actual sphere, like asteroid particles. They'll dispel, they'll disappear, but they don't have to just be these disks. I could actually render even more that would go flying out but not have any collision. And like in theory, that would basically work. First order of business is to get the instancing going. Oh, just a moment. One of the reasons this is so hot is I need to engage the damper. Got there. Damper is important. It makes it burn more efficiently, and it'll also cool off the intensity of it a little bit because it is being very intense right at the moment. So, I am wondering a little bit, what would happen if I didn't divide that by 2? Or that. What do we get if we do this? Firing at the rocks is so much fun that I'm not sure what the counterpoint part plays in. Take a look at some of this stuff. We need to do the instancing. When we do that, not only will the explosions look way better, but also the sounds of the explosions will layer upon themselves better. I've got it fairly loud, so I could dial it back a hair, because this is going to lead to having more of the kabooms. Currently, we have the kabooms in mono. There's only one. same, it's not so bad. What happens if I keep turning it down? I also have a sound effect that I'd like to do. Okay, that's good. That's good, I like that. We can even get a little bit playful. Hang on. Why for do I not see bus? Do I need to drag this up? Clearly I do, yes. Good. All right, so just for fun, let's throw in Godot's lane reverb. The largest possible room size. No damping, no spread, no high pass. And we turn it right the heck down. Oh, no, you don't give me much resolution, do ya? Okay. And script. Oh, when we get a pre-delay, we'll make that not be a big pre-delay. Ooh, and damping. What do we got here? Oh, okay. So it's not telling you what that's about, but I'm going to assume 0 is going to be brightest. And just for laughs, let's see what it does when you crank it way the heck up. No pre-delay, none of that stuff. We've now thrown this on the splody bus. What do we got? This could be funny. Okay. I don't want to use this reverb, but it's funny as hell. It's almost in tune. So wet goes way the heck down. All the rest of this, or maybe if damping was 1, it'll be different. Let's see what it does if damping is 1. That was a funny noise. That's certainly not what I anticipated. This is a reverb I'd like to replace. Okay, so that's just dumb. I feel like our reverb is not being satisfying. Let's pull that back a lot. What feedback did they want? Okay, they wanted that much. We're going to go closest to golden ratio that I can, and we're going to have damping be 0. We want a wide reverb tail. We're not doing any high passing. We could. It's not giving you frequencies. What if we do this? Still going to sound like but. However, I might as well at least have something amusing in here while we're at it. So do you go blong anymore? Okay, that is so unwretched that I can even increase the sustain a little bit more. And even increase the amplitude, since we are no longer going boing. And that's happening after the distortion, so that probably will help too. Oh, didn't mean to run it from there, but that's fine. Oh, this is a terrible reverb. I've got to give them better reverbs. Yep, that sustain. That sustain's causing a problem. So we pull that back. Let's pull this back to here, because it's but. Let's bring this up to there. Room size would make it be slightly also. Oh, hang on. Wait a minute. We don't want any of that. That is literally part of the pre-delay feedback. That's why we're getting that note. That note is 20 milliseconds. The feedback is useless there. And it's not even part of the reverb. So that explains a lot. Whilst also being the dumbest thing I've ever heard. Instead, let's do this. Being actually good. So yeah, it's free. Well, I mean, the horrible noise I was making, that was because they had a regen on the pre-delay, not the reverb. I don't understand why one would. That's crazy. I mean, if you made it an incredibly long pre-delay, then it'll continue to add an echo on that. But it's a horrible idea. Why would you do that? So here's where things might get interesting. I would like to instance this. And I'm wondering whether I need to do that in here. So do I need to take this object and make 10 rock sound audio stream players in here, number them. Make 10 GPU particles 3D in here, number them. Like I feel like I could. See, all I got to do is, well, it's actually not giving me duplicate here. Also interesting, what on earth is this about? Oh, okay. Stream 0 through 4, those are the specific explosions. Let's go and make sure that those streams are not individual. Yeah, they're not local to scene. These are overriding ones. They shouldn't be duplicated every time I go and make more, which is good. I don't want that to happen. So this stuff, all fine. Let's see about copying and pasting. Oh, I can't paste a root node into the same scene. Well then. What happens if we copy this and go back to the root game? Aha. Interesting. Ah, but does this have the child? No, it does not. It doesn't, does it? But that could be amended. Let's copy that as well. Ta-da. So the trouble here is this is a scene, and so is that a scene. So technically what I want, I believe this is, yeah, this is saved. So I don't necessarily have to have that here. So we're going to actually take that out of this. And likewise for that. Now we don't have anything in there, but we still have the basic scene. We're just going to try to make it not be a scene anymore. The script does nothing. We shouldn't need to deal with it that way. So now let's find out whether we can, in our last half hour, sort of do this manually. I also wonder whether I could reparent this. Perhaps not. And it has to be on a, so let's see. Let's make a new node. It's not letting me do that, but that's fine. We'll make that be the scene root. And now those are at the same level. And we can get rid of the script. Not by doing that, but by going to, I guess, Inspector. And then scrolling down to here, because I do not believe we actually need a script for that. We'll see. But now we get to, I wonder if I can copy both of these at once. Probably not. Let's copy just that one. So, we'll go in here and we'll paste that. We'll call it Rock Sound 0. I didn't mean to do that, gosh. This might take me a bit, but if it works, it's worth it. Again, this stands to be a round robin. It's firing one-shot sounds. And so what I'm going to do is keep a counter scrolling through. And then it's going to circle through to the very beginning again. Like this. And then let's see. That's not what I had in mind. We'll copy this, and then this gets parented to all those other ones. I don't know if I need to keep doing new names for them all. signs point to maybe not. So this looks kind of messy, but I often do stuff this way. If it works, it's worth it. Because we don't actually have to spawn any of these. And then they all live under this. So the question becomes, and I can save this, but we're no longer using this scene. And then we find out we're no longer using the script. Then we find out whether we can make this refer to one of them. Let's use 0 as our example. So if this works, we can do our round robining. We'll just make a iterative thing. It spins around, and then we'll make a big ass switch statement. Or just use, well, text editing is going to be more time consuming. I'm warming to the idea of the switch statement. It might look sloppier, but using text editing in Godot is slow. All right. Do we have sound? We totally do. That absolutely worked. Wow, that's loud too. Okay, we do need to turn it down. It became too loud. I'm not quite sure why that is, but it became louder. Let's neatly halve the volume and go from there. What do we got? So that's legit. I could absolutely make things sync into the reverb farther by running a separate bus. Well, for now, at least, this is legit. So the next thing, what do we have in rock? We have a reference to game. That's good. Game's going to export a public counter. Oops. Oopsidy oops oops. Oopsidy oops oops oops. Wow. Watch me go. Holy crap. Rock robin, as in round robin. Now, I don't know exactly why you need to do it quite that way, but you know, that's probably fine. Because now here's what we got to do. There's our instances. See, that ran fairly fast. It looks messy, but it does run fairly fast because it's just chugging through that stuff. Here is where we are making a noise. I didn't ask you to do that. I swear to God I had it highlighted on the thing that I wanted it to do, and then it just refused. That's more like it. So we increment the round robin, at which point we check to see whether it's beyond 9. And I know I'm doing the right thing because it's struggling mightily to anticipate. Oh, don't mind me. It has to be redirected every time. But I did figure it out that time. Good. Good, baby. Good, baby. So far, so good. It's still figuring it out. Well, at that point, it didn't figure it out. But it's trying its best. Sometimes there's nothing else that you can do other than the next case statement. Oh, stepped in there a little too fast, didn't I? There we go. And now all we do is start duplicating this where it needs to be. So a little copy. Oh, what was that one? Oh, yeah, the guy, yeah, it was on Instagram or something. It's like, okay, I hit Claude to go and then immediately switch to Twitter and TikTok and Instagram simultaneously. Yeah, no, I don't go that way. That doesn't work for me. But I'll show you what does. Instance 0. I'm just going to paste them all, and then I'm going to go through and update the numbers, because that can be a fairly quick process. Hey, it's only, if things go well, you will be able to hear the end result of all of this very quickly. It might look messy, but by God, it should work. And it's going to make everything a lot more colorful. And it'll run like butter. There we are, 0 through 9. We begin with 0 and then go from there. Oop. There's 1. 2. 3. And they say don't repeat yourself. It's so easy to see what this is doing and why. If you spot the number there, that it matches the case statement, it might be a lot of letters, but this is some very straightforward stuff. This is not mysterious or obscure. Although granted, if I want to change any of these bits, I have to go through and change it in every place, unless I want to define a variable for all of these little details. However, I shouldn't need to. It's in a pattern. It's not that hard to update. Oh, And I just did 6. It's 7 I'm on. Oh. See, you can see where it departs from the pattern. I did a typo, and the typo was super obvious. It was very easy to fix. 8. See, we're almost done. Imagine how much more of a pain this would be if I was all writing functions to do this. Functions that would slow down the processing. Let's see if it worked. We've got our little local thing. It lives in game, so there's only one of it. And we're updating it. And we're rounding it back to 0 again if we need to. And we're starting at 0, so that should be fine. Except for we're going to start at 1. And we've got our switch statement. And if this worked, it's only 4:41. This took me about 1 minute. Look at all of that smoke. I can go through and edit all of these things at once, and I can most certainly do that. And let's see, and here's how I would go about doing that too. Amount becomes rock size divided by 4, because I have way more of that than I need. Oh, I had E selected by mistake. Sounds are probably okay. They might be a bit loud. I definitely feel like I heard him getting rambunctious there. I've got my speakers turned way down just so that I don't double blow up the audio with both SWB audio capture and also the output of my speakers through my microphone. So there's the divided by 4s. I do believe I see it everywhere it needs to be. If I divide the volume once again, then we're going to get volume linear. .00625 is what I'm going to want, so let's do that. F. Just a little bit of paying attention. And we get to update all of these without necessarily making it more complicated. We've just dropped everything by 6 dB. Very neatly, because of course this is shifting of bits gain right there. We may be generating it out of rock size, but then going from 0125 to 00625 is exactly 6 dB down. And now let's see where we got. Oh, that just straight up disappeared. Okay, that's actually still good and loud. But that's because I hit an enormous giant rock. Smaller rocks, that's much quieter. Big rocks, those are loud. In fact, maybe I don't need to expand that much by the larger ones. Because it is going really hard. I'm liking the explodey effects though. That's going real good. Just get real rambunctious though. So technically I could be putting the rocket sound into the reverb. Currently I'm not. We're also not putting the zaps into the reverb because that's meant to sound like it's inside the cabin. Or at least your hearing of it. So I don't have a separate send that I can manipulate to the reverb. And it'd be nice if I did. I'd like for like the nearby stuff, I could be doing pre-delay stuff with this. It is not really giving me opportunities to do that. It might give me opportunities to do pre-delay stuff. I'm just not really sure how it would react. Since it's on an actual bus, and I'm not willing to do 10 buses just for the purpose of... I mean, unless it was great. If it was great, then it would. But I'm not sure it would actually be great. Speaking of which... Okay, that's not as bad of a reverb as I thought it was. I had to kill the pre-delay stuff, and then it became a little bit more okay. And yeah, I do have clipping on that bus. I have clipping on the Splody bus. All right. So here's where we're at. Let's now find out what the sound system does when we're grinding the entire program into the dust. Mind you, it is going to try to cull all of the rocks because I've got it culling rocks very aggressively. So it's going to try to not be too extreme. But here we are. Also, this is the new version of Godot, so we get to see how it performs with the optimizations I've got on a much more unreasonable thing. Do we get slideshow frame rate? It's 1,000 rock time. Or level 1,000, rather. Well, we're frozen for a moment. Ah, here we are. Now that is very much frame rate limited. Audio system does seem to still be working. And I apologize for how freaking loud everything is. Also, man, I'm gonna get killed. Some of these tiny rocks are flying around so fast. I'll continue to work on that part. happy with how that's going, I am going to go in. Let's see if we can do the thing you asked for. There's a distortion, but what have we got for compressors? Okay, so one possibility is hard limiter. What's that like? Let's actually lose the distortion. I don't really like it. It's got a bunch of filtering and stuff built into it as well, which I don't feel is necessary or useful. So let's delete that one. Let's see what we get out of a super aggressive limiter. It's going to limit to this much. We can have the release be insanely fast, and then it'll at least give us a little bit of crackle and energy. But that should smooth it out a hair. So what does limiter look like, though? Okay, limiter has a soft clip, hard limiter does not. Go figure. Yeah, I want to help these guys with this stuff. This is not... That is not really satisfactory. Oh, no, I'm doing it in the game because, like, if we're talking about this stuff, we might as well do it in the game. Also, I wonder what would happen if rather than putting the reverb there, we put it there. It's fun to find out. What makes an ocean wave? What do we got? We've got a slight weight is what we've got because we're doing the 1000. But now we're going to see what happens when we charge into a giant asteroid field and completely obliterate everything. You're meant to find one particular bot among all of these freaking bots. They are too much. But here's what happens when you charge a rock. That I sped it up as much as I did, but that's kind of cool. Audio system is struggling a bit. I have to keep shooting small rocks because otherwise I will insta-die having been hit by one of these flying rocks. This is meant to be the impossibly hard level. Our frames are definitely suffering. No question about that. But all things considered, for a total overload level, this isn't all that bad. And it's trying to call rocks this entire time to keep the frames acceptable. It's failing, but that's because you shouldn't be playing on a level as high as this. And I haven't completely given up on the idea of maybe making it run faster or doing something else other than the culling. But yeah, the trick with this is if the rules of the game are you must cull all of the rocks or find your counterpart, this is doubly impossible at this stage. Easy to deal with, but we only have to kill 300 of these because I'm blowing them up like mad. they despawn. See, there's another one. Wild how the speed of the also as the difficulty level raises and raises, all of the things that make it more difficult ramp up. Like the rocks blow apart more violently, which is why they are flying so fast. The bots move around and change speed more aggressively. I just nearly got my head bashed in with a rock. But you gotta get rid of all of those rocks. So, hang on. Is this lilac ripples? No. It says the lilac ripples is that away. But at least it answered, so that was nice. Okay, here's a bunch of purple rocks. I know I'm looking for one called lilac ripples, so in theory, somebody will direct me. And he says that away. Closer. The sonar is picking up something. Getting closer to a rock is what I'm getting closer to. Thanks. Direct me. Where should I go? I should go this way. Okay, maybe it's you. It is. Maybe I can actually clear this level. Let's find out. It requires some deft handling. I think I lost him. Where'd you go? It's gonna be in the vicinity. Directly above? Directly below? No. Yeah, ooh, and the frames are starting to pick up a tiny little bit. Okay, let's question somebody. Oh, he just changed direction. It says that way. Here we go. That's the one. No, you don't. Rock, get out of my way. Honestly not going far. It's just frames like this, it is very difficult to maneuver our little spaceship going in search of this one guy. And I don't even have the bots beeping yet either. That'll be awesome. They're supposed to be going beep 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 beep. Okay, let's approach something. Come on, give me a hint. It's not interested in giving me a hint. Oh no, my counterpart has gone away. I kinda got my heart set on actually clearing this level. It's meant to be incredibly hard. And it is being incredibly hard, but all the same. Ah, it says that away. Well, that was helpful of you, so tell me again. Oh, okay, I'm in trouble now. Run away. Getting closer. is the game counterpart. That's the idea. Now all the bots are coming to say hello. Just like in the original game. They are a giant cluster of affection. We're down to 7 rocks. They can't hurt me now, though. And that is 1,000 bots. I don't think I was able to do that many in Unity. I don't think I was able to do 1,000 in Unity. But that's... See, they're supposed to go beep when they blink. So that's going to get very busy and noisy in the best of ways. Oh, there's an earlier version of this. Oh, and look over here. Check it out. Up in the distance. This is the instances of the other versions. See, this is instanced. So those are the same guys, but this is them in an enormous cluster. And if I fly past those, there's another instance of all of the bots collected together. You get enough of them, and it becomes very obvious that it's instanced in each direction. See, there's an even farther instance. Just like the asteroids are. And that's why sometimes when I shoot at the asteroids, the explosions don't happen where the real asteroid is. Because I get close enough to this, and these are the real ones, and what you see past here is the pretend ones, the instance ones. Come through here, now these are the real ones, and these are the pretend ones. It's all in the same box, you're just seeing past the boundaries of the box. Oh, and it is I did a previous game of exactly this. So I think we're done with this stage. I get to go and have my tacos now, but I successfully got that stuff up and working. And that's not too shabby. So we'll hit save and quit out of there. We'll hit save and quit out of there. And I will say thank you for hanging with me while I did all of this. Again, the weirdest little parts end up being extremely difficult. And then when I'm fixing to do like instanced versions of the audio stuff, that can be very straightforward and direct. But yeah, the original game is called Counterpart, and it is honestly very similar. I can even briefly show it to you by doing this, but only for a moment. Then I'm going to go and have dinner. Counterpart, original version. This version. Many of the things are similar, and some of them are different. So Darkbone Patchwork A, this is the one. And you're supposed to touch them. And then they do the same thing as the previous one did. So the problem with this is the aesthetic is impeccable. Unfortunately, it's executed in such a way. Oh, and this thing, I need to make one of those too. I've got some of the things for making it work. If you touch it, you die. Unless you have won the level, in which case you're immune. But it is a thing where if you smash into the little bots, it gets mad and chases you. This is the noise it makes. And get far away from it, and it's less noisy. And then press E to go on to level 50. Stay in the same place. Jump around doing stuff. This has got a lot of detail to it. You can also download it from off of my GitHub, if I'm not mistaken. But it would be hard to build it because it's in a very old version of Unity. And the reason it doesn't compress very well is because not only is it wireframe, but it also jitters all of the lines to make a motion blur. And that kills frame rate on YouTube or any video compression thing, so it is a fatal flaw that way. But yeah, I did all of this before doing the current one. I did this in like 2007 or something, a long time ago. And the new one is like a 3D space version of the same thing with asteroids, instead of like Tony Hawk zipping around levels like this. And there you have it. So yeah, no, the wireframe terrain looks way better in real life. Because here's the thing. It's already impossible to compress for video. But then if it's getting a motion blur effect by jittering every other frame, that just... oof. Yeah, I'm streaming that to YouTube over fiber optic at a rate probably a lot higher than YouTube would like me to do, and it takes that to have it look even remotely okay. It'll instantly die as soon as you video compress it. So yeah, so that was the original counterpart, and the new one is the one that I'm working on, which in some ways I've got it going a little more sophisticated. We'll see. I'll probably be back to it on Thursday, and I'll see what I'm doing. Oh, one of the things that would be amusing is if there were things in the new one that you could visit and proximity to them brought different themes into the music. Because the music is, you heard it, it's the same music as the new one. It's just a looping groove. But I've learned how to do stuff like throw breakbeats over that. So I can make the soundtrack more interesting. And it's just a question of how, just a question of what goes on there. But yeah, that's the gist of it. So, I'm going to go and have my tacos. It's only 5:10, so I'm doing really well today. And I will talk to you later. I'll have a plugin, as always, this coming weekend. Haven't decided which one yet. After all, I just dropped K Wood Rum. So that has people covered pretty well. I'll see what else I can do. And I'll probably be back playing with the same game, because remember, I wanted to do a sound effect having to do with those scores, so that you'd bump to a new score, and then the little graphic at the top would be like, and go up to whatever your new high score was, with a different sound effect, because I've got a variety of little sound effects like clicks and noises and stuff, which ought to be very good for interface elements. So yeah, there's a lot of stuff that would be nice to include that makes it a little more sophisticated than what I've got there. But I like having the guts of it. I like having the bones of it together fairly well. Talk to you later. Bye-bye.